to think that Nader could have an ace. But now that there's a 4-card straight on the board, that's why he checked the river. But that doesn't mean he's going to fold when you bet. So John could have very reasonably have just said, yeah, I think Nader is check calling here with an ace, and I'm not going to try to bluff. So I'm not saying John should have bluffed or he shouldn't have bluffed. I'm just saying that if he was going to bluff, wow, that card flashed. I mean, I saw Nader folding the ace of hearts. That's a good lesson for everyone, too. You should be really careful with your cards. Keep them low when you fold, because it's really just it's not fair to the other players. If one or two people see that ace of hearts and then the others don't, that gives them an unfair advantage. And when I see that card, if I'm one of these guys at the table and I see that ace of hearts, I speak up and I say, hey, I just saw the ace of hearts get folded, because that's what you are supposed to do. That's the fair and equitable thing. And you're actually required to inform the table, the dealer, the tournament director of these things. You're supposed to make it known. I saw this, or even I thought I saw. Like, I didn't get a good look. I don't know if it was the ace of hearts, but it looked like a red ace. Maybe it was a red deuce, another card that, that was very small, had lots of white, not a lot of paint on the card, as we say. Well, if you guys are hearing that same jangling sound that I am, like someone has a huge pocket full of change or chips, I apologize. I don't know if one of the players has a bunch of chips in his pocket and it's close to his mic. Fold to Phil in the 1 seat. Colin is the button. I think, I'm sorry, we've had a raise here, it looks like, actually. I think John is open for a raise already. Or no, he's just the big blind, I'm sorry. So it's just folded to the blinds here. We have Matthew raising to 200, 4 times the big blind. And you see how he seems like he's breathing heavy. So it really feels like he has a pretty big hand. When I see someone start breathing heavy, that's usually the adrenaline rush of looking down and seeing a really premium starting hand. John has defended. I mean, and this is a big raise, too. I mean, this is a 4x open. So that's a much larger than kind of what you usually see. Now Matthew says 300, and John is calling faster than Matthew can get his chips in the pot. King 4-6 on the flop. Rainbow. Now look at Matthew's covering his face. Now he looks concerned. So if I'm sitting there, I'm thinking queens. Queens, jacks, ace queen. Because Matthew's looking a little concerned to me. So that's my tentative read. And then John is grabbing for chips again immediately. Super fast action here. No hesitation. Looks like 315. And looks like Matthew's going to fold. So since we don't get to see the whole cards for the live stream, I will not know if my reads were any good whatsoever. And that's one reason I can discuss these things. I mean, as this is happening now, no one is even hearing me commentate the first hand yet because we're on a 30-minute delay, and I don't get any secret access here. I'm not seeing any more than if I were like an observer. Or the only reason I'm getting a better look at this than the observers is I have a monitor in front of me, and it's showing me the feed from the cameras, but not the whole card cameras. I am only seeing the feed from the cameramen who are standing around the periphery of the table, the overhead camera that's looking down on the flop. I am not learning any information about the hole cards. And it's actually not a hole card camera per se here. It's RFID. So these are special cards that have little RFID chips in them. And in front of... I'll take it back. I'm going to say this right. This is a hole card camera table. I forgot. I was thinking we did RFID now, this new HPT table, but it is still the traditional hole cards, I think. I don't know, I forget, I could be wrong if it's RFID or not. Could be both, because sometimes they like the footage of the camera as well as the RFID, which makes it a lot easier You're not depending as much on the players doing a good job of showing their cards to the camera successfully. So the RFID thing does make it a lot easier. In fact, if a player never even looks at his cards, he just places them in the right space. The reader picks up the RFID chip in the card, and the computer knows what the two cards are. And so even if the player never looked, like he was playing blind, and he himself didn't look, the computer would know with the RFID system. And Colin is all in again. Colin taking very aggressive lines here. And we're folded to Adam, who's thinking. So looks like, what did we have here? Did we have like an open by Phil and a call by Nader? So we've got what's called a squeeze play going on here. So whether Colin has a great hand or a total airball bluff, we'll often refer to this as the squeeze play. And here's Colin saying 3 bluffs already, because now 3 times he's shoved all in. And there is so much value when you do this, when you're 3-betting all in like this. If you make just the first raise and everyone folds, usually depending upon how big the antes are for that level, you're picking up about 2.5 big blinds. You're picking up the big blind, the small blind, and the antes often add up to about 1 big blind, maybe a little more. So you're picking up 2.5 or so. But someone opens. Now you're picking up like 5 big blinds. So you're basically winning twice as much. So it's a higher risk scenario, but it's twice the reward. Now we mentioned the squeeze play, which we've discussed before. And a squeeze play is just a situation where player 1 raises, player 2 calls, and then player 3 re-raises. And we call it a squeeze because you are squeezing the original raiser. In this case, when Phil made the first raise, now Nader calls. Colin is squeezing Phil. Phil is squeezed between Colin and Nader, because now Phil has to worry, well, not only can Colin, who just re-raised me, have a good hand, but what about Nader, who called? Maybe Nader was trapping me. Maybe Nader has aces or kings, a really premium hand, and he just called my first raise to trap me. So even if I look at Colin and believe that he's just trying to steal with this squeeze play, I hate to 4-bet, and then Nader says, I'm all in. Now you're like, oh my God, like Nader almost has to have a huge hand like aces, kings, ace, king, probably not much worse than that. So you hate to kind of run into that trap. So it makes it that much harder. Whereas if Nader had just folded pre-flop, Phil raises, Nader folds, now Colin shoves, it's that much easier for Phil to call, because pre-flop, and Adam's actually got a familiar story saying how he used to be just a cash game player, so he's implying he's a full-time pro and plays poker for a living. And he was saying his kids would always ask him, how come they never see, Daddy, you're a poker player, how come I don't see you on TV? And I remember the same story at the beginning of the poker boom from Chao Zhang, who was a guy who would play in the big game. Back then, Doyle Brunson, Chip Reese, all those guys would play 4,000, 8,000 limit mixed games. And Chow would play in those huge games, and so he's winning and losing millions of dollars in a session. But his kids were like, Dad, how come you're not, if you're a poker pro, aren't you on TV with all these other guys? So he started playing the tournaments, after the poker boom started. Just for the sake of saying, yep, there you go, kids, that's Daddy on TV, winning money. So good luck to Adam, and I hope his kids enjoy the live stream. Hopefully he doesn't do any plays that I think are really, really bad, because then I'll have to point out the mistake and his kids won't like me. So hopefully he just makes really good plays, and I can compliment him and nothing else. So we have what looks like an initial raise from John, and it's folded to Chad Leisure in the big blind. And Chad was to my immediate left when we were on the bubble and after the bubble yesterday. And I was kind of short-stacked for much of that time, and I shoved his big blind or his small blind on several occasions, and he had always folded. And just the whole impression the whole time was that he's a very tight player. Now it looks like he's putting in a big re-raise. And John is quickly calling. Now, as John had said, he's a local surgeon here in the Denver Metro. But he plays a lot of these events, HPTs, and I see him in other places around the country, particularly in the Midwest, maybe circuit events and other things. And so he's a very experienced player, and he's a very good player. But he's also, he is a loose, aggressive player. He doesn't like to fold. He's what we call sticky. So, in many cases, you open on late position, you don't have to have a great hand. If I'm him, especially with Chad, who has this tight image, I'm going to be open raising with any reasonable hand, so 7-5 suited and, king 9, and so hands that aren't really very good at all, but, have some value, I'm not going to open with 7 deuce. But, the question is, like, when you get 3-bet by the tight player, a lot of those, kind of speculative hands need to be folded. And I think John is probably not folding a little more often than I'm not folding, so to speak. He's stickier than me. And that makes him really tough to deal with. Because, when a flop like this comes, Jack 9-4 with 2 hearts, he can still have 10-8, and he flopped a straight draw. Chad is now c-bet the flop, and he has shoved the turn 6 of spades. And I think given stack sizes, I think that's a good shove if he's going to bet. Then I think shoving is often going to be a good play. The reason to not shove would be if you're trying to induce a bluff. Maybe make a small bet, try to look scared if you want to induce your opponent to fold. Chad looks a little relieved there, like, whew, which makes me think he might have had something like 2 big hearts, ace king of hearts, ace queen of hearts, king queen of hearts, something like that, like, hey, I think I have the best hand here, but I'm not that sure. Or he might have had a big pocket pair smaller than that, like he might have had pocket 10s, and he's worried about that jack. And that's such a tough spot too. This Jack 9-4 flop, you have pocket 10s, and you're like, man, if he has a jack, like I'm crushed. And I would hate to bet into him anymore. But I also hate to check there and give a free card, because now, the jack is already there. What if the next card is an ace, king, or queen? Maybe my opponent has one of those cards, but he would have folded if I'd bet again. So you're really in such a horribly tough spot if you're Chad just now and you have something like pocket 10s on that jack high flop, or you have pocket jacks on a queen high flop and all that stuff. If you have pocket jacks on an ace high flop, it's a lot easier to figure my opponent has a really good chance that he's already outflopped me, that he does have an ace. But the jack, it's just like, there's such a good chance he doesn't have a jack. Lots of hands with jacks in them, he's folding. Whereas John might have made the first raise with, ace 5, and then the flop comes, ace high instead of jack high. Now, so in other words, whereas jack 5 is getting folded every time. So there's just so many more ace high hands that your opponent's going to play in the situation. And so he's so much more likely to have an ace. It's a little easier to just decide maybe I'm going to give up with my queens, my jacks, my 10s, my 9s that didn't hit the flop. But the jack high that's just a really killer tough spot. So right now action's on Nils. He is on the button there in the 8 seat with the dark brown t-shirt. Gets called. So we have John opening, Nils calling, and we haven't seen Nils really in action yet. He started with one of the shorter stacks, looks like he started in 7th place on the day. Probably still in about 7th place, give or take. He might be in last place, actually. Might be. So here comes our flop, and it is queen 9 deuce, 2 spades. John has defended his big blind. I think maybe Nader raised under the gun and John called. I'm not sure. Sorry, I missed the action there. So my commentary is going to be off a little. Nader's going to bet, take this one down. All right, we got a little dealer change going on here. All right, buttons on Phil in the 1 seat. Colin in the big blind. Matthew's going to start. Looking at stacks, looks like Colin is up to like 1.8, started at 1.3. And I guess I have my math off. Button is on Chad in the 9 seat, or 8 if you want to call it, since right-handed now. Nader's in the big blind, Colin folded. John again. John's been by far our most active player. And that really doesn't surprise me. I said he's always a very active player. Yeah, when I've seen him in these HPTs and stuff, you know, he often has a big stack early. I suspect, though, he is often busting early and re-entering. You know, not that I know that. I've hardly ever played with him, you know, especially during the re-entry periods on any of these day ones. But since I see him so often with huge stacks, it's often means you're a very, very active player. It means you're risking going broke as well, frequently. Chad is in the tank here, so that is probably a good hand. I'd love to have the whole card data. I mean, it would be bad because it would be hard for me to not have that color my view and color, you know, what I'm saying, which would be a bad thing. You know, we don't want to have inappropriate information getting out. But I would love to see, like, you know, when I get someone like Chad, who I've, you know, from my personal experience is tight. It's kind of like, wow, I'd love to see those whole card cameras and see, like, is he really as tight as I thought? You know, or was he just maybe getting dealt really bad cards and then a couple of really good cards, good hands, you know? So I only saw him play a couple, 2 or 3 times with really premium hands. And he was just folding all the 7 deuce type junk every other time. So, anyways, Chad and Nader have both called the pre-flop raise. John is checking. Nader has already checked. Flop is King, Queen, 4 with 2 hearts. Action is on Chad, I believe, who is on the button. It looked like it might have been 125 pre-flop, so there's like 400,000 in the pot. Nader has folded. And John is calling. So, I mean, interesting, you know, to put, you know, each of these players on a range right now. I mean, this King-Queen with 2 hearts, obviously, I mean, like, hands like Jack-10 can still be in. Heart draws can still be in. And obviously, people can have paired the King, the Queen. John is kind of mildly checked, just moved his left hand up and down just very slowly. So, Chad is very serious, which is neither a good nor bad thing. I mean, it's good to be focused and thinking and making your smartest possible decisions. It's not a bad thing, though, if you can do that while being animated, talkative, you know, outgoing with the table. It's not such a big deal on a final table like this, but when you're just playing your normal cash games or your small daily tournaments at your local poker room, you know, having that lighthearted atmosphere going on can be so beneficial to just, you want that kind of loose, fun atmosphere where people are just there to have fun, because then, you know, it's those amateur players that are there to have fun that are paying your salary if you're the pro. And so that's what you want. You want to foster that attitude. You want them to have a great time when they play with you and when they play in your room, whatever your regular poker room is, because you want them coming back to have fun. And, there are some full-time players out there that really don't get that, who really act like total, jerks, and they berate those amateur players. It's like, how could you call me with that? You're so stupid. There's no way that you had more than 3 outs, and you could have been drawn dead, and they're calling the guy names, and it's like, do you want him to play like that? Do you want him to play poorly and make bad decisions, or do you want him to make good decisions? So, like, if he hears what you're saying and he improves, you've berated him into becoming a better player. If he doesn't really hear what you're saying, you're still taking the fun out of it, and now he's going to go to a different poker room, or he's going to quit playing poker entirely, and there's a losing player whose money you were getting, and now you're not, because you chased him away. So people with those kinds of attitudes are really one of the worst things in the poker world. So John's at it again, comes in for a raise, 155 maybe. And here's Adam. I think he knows John's playing lots of hands. And so far Adam's been quite tight. So I think he knows this is a really good spot, to come in and, like, if I make a raise, John, and it's a huge raise. It looks like it's like 600. So, he really seems to want to shut the hand down now. Like, that's it, we're done, everyone needs to fold. And that re-raise is a huge chunk of John's remaining stack. So essentially, I think what Adam has done here is he's saying to John, like, you have no bluff equity. Don't try to 4-bet bluff me because you aren't going to be able to raise enough. I will have to call at this point, even if I was bluffing. It's on Colin. And everyone's folding, and Adam's going to win. And he is going to show something. Ace King. Not too excited about that. Against John's range, the Ace King is in such great shape that if he had made, instead of 600, if he makes it like 300, and now John shoves, opponent who you think might 4-bet with hands that are dominated. So trying to eyeball some of these stacks, and looks like Adam might be started with the chip lead at 3.7. Looks like he's up a little bit over 4, and Chad there started with 1.9, and he looks like he's got 2.4, something like that. Nils has mostly been folding, and he's gone down a bit from his starting of 1.7. Nader has like 3.8. Give or take. He started at 3.2, so he's gained ground. Colin is up a little bit. Started at 1.3. Looks like he has like 1.7, 1.8. Matthew started with 3.5. Looks like he's down a bit. 3 million or so, best as I can eyeball it. Nader has been the only one really who's been successful at just making one raise and everyone folds. All the other hands will so buttons on the 4C to Matthew. Nils is folded. Chad folds. Phil. Nader comes in for a call. Looks like. Yep, it was a call by Nader. John calls 25,000 more. To one extent, you're like, that's the guy whose blind I should raise, because I don't think he's going to do anything but fold unless he has a pretty good hand. on the flip side, his whole stack there looks like, something like 1.34 million, which is the perfect size for him to just re-raise shove. Or like 1.1 actually, it looks like. So if you open, for something like 120, and he's got 800-900, if he has a hand that he thinks is good, or if he just thinks you'll fold, then he might just re-raise all in because he's got the perfect stack size for it. And here's John. He's also way down there. He only has like, I don't know how tall that stack of teal, lime green, whatever chips is, but he might only have like 500, 600, 700,000. So, he's down to kind of emergency mode. He might only have about 10 blinds, give or take. So it looks like it's check to him on the button. I'm actually confused. I guess there must have been a bet on the flop and that I missed. I'm sorry, and Nils folded. Think you have the best hand, or think there's a pretty good chance that everyone's going to fold. So Chad is defended, and the flop comes ace-10 deuce. And you definitely feel like there's got to be a pretty good chance that Chad has an ace. An interesting spot here for Matthew is going to be if Chad checks, what do I do, with a hand like kings? What do I do with a hand like ace-king? Like, do I value bet and hope that he calls me off with ace-queen? Or do I worry that he must have better than that? So Chad leads for a bet, and Matthew quickly raises. If you notice, he's breathing very heavy. You could see that. I don't know if that shot was on your screen, but he was breathing very heavy. Cheese for just cheese, no other toppings. Okay. So, and no salt on the fries.
Okay. They made it already, and then nobody can find you.
I told them where I was.
I know. That's what I said. I know where you are. So I got another one making for you.
Pardon that. Overslept. Didn't have time to eat. Was getting food. It got lost, so now we're making new food. And I will try to eat it in a way that you don't have to hear any of the noises. Excuse me. So we got this lead from Chad, and that's a very interesting spot because, see, it's quite standard. It's not that you should always check, but when someone raises and you call, and it's just the two of you, if you check, you expect that player to bet frequently, if not always, depending upon who it is. And so it's kind of like, well, if I think I have the best hand, why not check raise rather than bet out? It's kind of the thing. So it's always very unusual. We call it a weak lead or a donk bet. And it's not that it's always a mistake to do it or anything of that sort, but when you see to think about, and to consider, and it's like, with what range of hands do I want to do my own weak lead? If you sometimes do the weak lead when you flop the nuts, or you flop something that's virtually the nuts. So if Chad had ace-10 for top two pair, it's not the nuts, but, he's probably ready to get all of his chips in the pot if it comes to that, and assume that he's ahead almost every time. If he's going to do it a weak lead only with a huge hand like that, well, then if you play with him long enough, you'll learn what that means, and you'll know not to pay him off. If he's only going to do it when he's bluffing, well, then, of course, you're going to learn that as well. And so, when you're in these tournaments and you're playing someone you don't know and you're probably never going to see them again or not for a long time, it's okay to have a pattern. It's okay to, do something where it's the same way every time. Like, all my weak leads are bluffs. All my weak leads are strong, because they won't play with you enough to see the pattern. But when you're playing against the same people, so if you have your own local poker room that you play in, and they have daily tournaments, and you're there a few days a week, and you're playing against the same 30, 40, 50 people, every Tuesday night, every Thursday night, whatever, then you do need to worry about the pattern. If your weak lead is always a huge hand, then they're going to learn to not pay you off. And if your weak lead is always a bluff, then they will learn, not to fold. So we had a huge open, a 5x open raise from Matthew, and then immediately a shove by John behind him, for $500,000, give or take. So no one else is going to come in here unless they have a really premium hand, or they're coming in silly. So Chad's actually thinking. So he obviously has something pretty good. I don't know what his marginal hand is here that's, on the borderline, but he's definitely very interested in this. And here's John standing up, like holding his cards like I'm ready to turn him over. He's definitely implying I've got a big hand. And the truth is he might. I mean, he might even be, acting like this with two aces, because at this point he figures like, everyone else will fold. Matthew's going to have to call. I just want one opponent for my aces. Or he might have a relatively marginal hand. So obviously Matthew doesn't have a great hand. I mean, we had a count already that Chad asked for, and now Matthew is like pulling the 250, and how much more is it? And, it's just not that much more. I mean, you have to call here. Matthew needs to call if he has deuce 7. If he has an absolute airball hand that's just junk, he's getting the right price. He's getting like 3-1 or more on the.
Golden Gates Casino and Poker Parlor here in Blackhawk, Colorado. We started with 9, now we have 8. Let's get the cards back in the air, Tony. Let's go ahead and start the tournament clock. Blinds have gone up, dealer. 30-60 with a 10. 30-60 with a 10. The egg timer has started. It's over here in the corner. And we're off and running. 57 minutes, 23 seconds to go in the level. John is your dealer. The button is in Chad's position. First to act will be Mr. Colin York. Colin will fold. Matt folds. John folds. Over to Adam now. Adam folds. Nils folds. Over to Chad now. Chad folds. Over to Phil. It is a call by Phil. Option now to Nader. Raise has been announced by Nader. So the total is now 160 and a fold. Raise to 160 and a fold. The winner of the hand is Nader, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome back. This is Greg Fossilman Raymer doing the live stream commentary for you on the Heartland Poker Tour. I had a little delay there. My laptop, been using Skype to communicate with some of the guys, and they're doing things like we just did the chip counts on the break.
All right.
And my internet connection somehow is gone. I can't seem to get it back. So I had to wait for them to get me the new counts.
Here, so we'll get that
but now we have them here.
At a good spot
so
here in the next 10 to 15
going
minutes.
around, we have Phil Mader in seat 1. It's now at 2.7 million. And our new chip leader is Nader. Or was he the chip leader at the start? No, he wasn't quite the chip leader. He was a big stack. But he's up to 4.3 million. So he's gained over 1 million chips. Seat 3, Colin is up to 1.7. We have 3.1 million for Matthew, so he's down a little bit. John has been the big loser so far. Started at 2.4 million and is down to just under 1 million. Adam is up to 4 million from his 3.7, so he's gained ground, but is in second place and not the chip leader anymore. 1 million for Nils, so he's basically blinded off 0.6 million up to this point. And Chad has gone from 1.9 up to 2.5 million. Before the break, we had 2 colors of chips in play. The red are 5,000, and those kind of mint green teal chips are 25,000. You'll now see white chips, and those are 100,000 each. So when we then got 30,000 chips, and some 17,000 more to go from 5th to 4th, and so on. So there is fantastic value. There's fantastic value in sitting back and waiting, and that's like one of the interesting dynamics of tournament poker. If you just sit back and wait, people are going to go broke, and you are going to make more money. However, if you just sit back and wait, like in other words, if we look at what Nils has been doing, and he may just be hampered by the cards. I'm not saying he's done anything wrong, but up till now we've basically just seen Nils fold. And so yes, he's outlasted Edith, and she went out before him, and he can keep folding here, and it's pretty likely that 1, 2, maybe even 3 more people would go broke before he gets blinded out. And that would let him go from a $20,000 ninth place finish up to 30 or 36,000, and make him that extra $10,000 or $16,000, which is not like I'm sneezing at that amount of money. But by doing that, you're giving yourself basically 0 chance at getting these big paydays, at getting the 226 for first, at getting the 140 for second. So you need to balance these priorities. How do I maximize my chances of winning it all, getting the big money, but also not, play reckless, not do anything silly that's going to greatly increase my chances of getting knocked out very, very soon and getting one of the much smaller payouts. So it's really this balancing act once you get to the final table. And the players who are the greatest final table players. And Colin snap called that river and after rivering top pair, he flopped the open end straight draw, king queen on the 3-10 jack flop, and he just called that river bet with top pair, and I like that call. I mean, when he hits top pair on the river, it's one of those spots, and it's kind of like when we talked about the bubble hand with Gary German, that when Colin hits the king on the river, he knows he's quite likely to have the best hand. But he also knows that if he raises that river bet, that basically Gary is going to fold probably 100% of all hands that king queen is beating. But he's probably not folding any of the hands that have king queen beat. So there's going to be very few hands on either side of that line. There's going to be very few of any hands that Nader's going to fold that king queen was behind, and there's going to be very few hands that he's going to call with that lose to the king queen. So Colin just isn't getting any value if he puts in a raise on that river. And Nils is in action now. We got a raise by him. And the players are probably going to respect this raise in the sense of they're going to give him credit for having a very good starting hand. Now, doesn't mean they're going to just fold. You know, there are times when you are going to play even when you know you're behind. But the problem here is that when you make those kinds of plays, it should be for what we call implied odds. So, you know, if I'm Nader right now and I'm the chip leader and I look at, you know, who are the other big stacks, and it's like, oh, you know, here's Adam in seat 7. So if Adam opens for a raise in early position and I'm Nader on the button and I have suited connectors, I have a small pair, even if I think Nader only has a premium hand and I know I'm behind, well, I might call, because I could call this raise, you know, invest 125, 150,000 of my 4+ million, and if I hit the right flop, I might win like all 4 million chips from Adam. So I'm got this great ratio of I'm risking 150 to win 4 million, and you know, you're getting what we call implied odds. But if Nils, you know, anyone who's the short stack, if John or Nils opens for a raise, well, now I'm risking 150, and then that guy only has 800,000 left. So I'm not getting this huge multiple of what I'm risking that I could potentially win. And looks like we got a shove again by John. So Adam was the big blind. He's now folding. We had an opening raise from Nader. Matthew called on the button, and John has squeezed his slightly below million chip stack. And again, we got John versus Matthew with Matthew in the tank. And again, we also have what we would call the squeeze play, where John's raise is squeezing Nader between John and Matthew. And obviously Matthew had like a speculative hand. He was like, okay, I got enough chips. I have 3 million chips. Nader has me covered. He's raised. You know, maybe I want to call, though, with my deuces, my 3s, my 4s, my, you know, 8, 9 of hearts. Because if I can hit that huge flop for the investment of 125, 150, I can win 3 million. I can double up. So I'm getting, you know, 20, 30, 40 to 1 potential implied odds. But then once John shoves for $1 million, it's like, now I'm not getting the right price. You know, I can't correctly call. And by the way, the blinds now are 30,000 and 60,000. So a min raise to come in would be 120. And again, you always have to be prepared to adjust depending upon the table you're at and how people are playing. But, you know, where I'm going to start at pretty much every table, and especially a final table, is to just min raise. So I'm going to make it 120. Or maybe just for convenience sake, I'm going to grab 5 teal chips and make it 125. But, you know, there's frequently no reason to raise more. I mean, if someone was going to fold for your raise to, let's say, 150 or, you know, 175 or something like that, they frequently were going to fold when you just made it 125. So it's like, why risk more when you don't need to? So, I mean, we can see how John is being much more effective now with this stack size. Excuse me. And then that is one nice thing. It's kind of comfortable almost to have a stack size like that, where you know, when you have 5 to, 15 or so big blinds, because it's kind of like if I have 10 big blinds, 12 big blinds or less, I know I'm either just going to fold pre-flop, which is most of the time, or I'm going to shove it all in. And then once I get bigger, 12, 15, maybe 20, now I'm just looking for a spot like one of those squeeze plays or something like that. I'm looking for someone else to have raised, and now I'm going to come over the top all in, and it's enough chips that they can't call intelligently unless they think they have a pretty good chance of, like I have the best hand reasonably often against Greg's shove. I can correctly, intelligently call. But they can't intelligently call with all of those speculative hands. So when you have a loose, aggressive chip leader, and again, especially if it's someone who knows what they're doing, if you have a loose, aggressive chip leader who's also a very good player, then they make that first raise to 125 at this blind level. And that range is going to include those hands like the 8-9 suited and pocket threes and ace 4 suited and so on. But then when you shove all in, they made it 2 blinds and you shove all in for 15, they're smart enough to know I can't just call here with this speculative hand because I know that the guy who shoved, the short stack who shoved, that his range is ahead. And so it's just a great spot where they might have to fold 2 out of 3 times that you do this. And therefore you're picking up 5 blinds, something like that. So you have 15 blinds and now you pick up 5. That's pretty big. That's a pretty huge improvement to your stack. And if they call, even if that means they're going to be ahead on average, you probably still have something like 40% chance of winning against all of the different combinations of possibilities. So you look at that, and it's like 15 blinds from you, 15 from him, another like 2.5 from the blinds and the antes. So there's like 32 blinds in the pot. If I'm going to win 40% of that money, I'm winning back 13, and I risked 15. So my average loss is 2 blinds when you call, and I win 5 blinds when you fold, and I think you're folding a majority of the time. So it becomes a hugely profitable play. So now we have some huge action on this pot. We have the button over there in the 7 seat on Adam, and we've got looks like a check raise here from Phil. It looks like it must be 750, 800,000. Flop is 647 rainbow. And Phil has put like a third of his stack, maybe a little less than that, maybe 30% or so of his stack in the pot with this check raise, which usually implies that he's like pot committed. Like if I'm in Matthew's shoes right now, I would not think, I can re-raise here as a bluff, because I'm not going to expect Phil to put this much of his stack in the pot and then fold. So, even if I'm Matthew and I have an overpair, I have 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks, I might decide, like, well, let's just go for it here. I think Phil probably has, like, a pair and a draw. Like, Phil could have easily, like, 5-6 or 4-5 or 7-5, and he's flopped 1 pair with an open-end straight draw. And, the hard part of the equation, though, is, like, well, what if he flopped 2 pair? What if he has 7s and 6s? He'd probably play them like this. Well, what if he has a pocket pair that's even bigger than my 9s? What if he flopped a set? I mean, with the, what we call a wet board, and that's what we call a wet board. A wet board is a board that has lots of things going, lots of possibilities. The thing that would make that board wetter would be if there were like 2 cards to a suit or 3 cards, all the same suit, where there's flush draws or even made flush as possible. But on that flop, someone could have a straight already. Those aren't likely hands, 3-5 and 5-8. Those are not hands that people often play, but it's still possible. But, a dry flop is something like Queen 6 deuce, rainbow. It's kind of like there are no possible draws. So people can always flop a set, no matter what. It's 4 or 5, 6 on the flop, or if it's, 4-9 king, people can always have 3 of a kind. But that dry board, that deuce 6 queen, you don't expect people to have two pair, hardly ever. None of those are reasonable starting hands. Queen six, queen deuce, six deuce. But when it comes 4-5-7, or I'm sorry, this was 4-6-7, it's perfectly, reasonable that someone has 7-6. And it's not unreasonable, really, that they might have 6-4 or something like that for two pair. So the wet board just means there's a lot more possible hands that are reasonable for an opponent to have, or he either has a good made hand or a good draw or both. And those are much more dangerous flops. So we've had a raise and now a shove from our short stack Nils, or at least he might be our second shortest stack. But John has made the first raise and Nils is shoved, and John's grinning as he folds, and I think he's like, yep, buddy, you've been playing so tight. I can't figure you don't have a really good hand here. And I'm pretty sure that's going to make John the short stack again. If he wasn't to start this hand, he probably is now that he lost those chips to Nils. So 30, 60,000 with a 10,000 ante. So we got 170,000 chips in the pot as the cards are being dealt. And so that's basically almost 6 buy-ins. That's like more than the average stack at the end of day one that's just sitting out there in blinds and antes right now. Or I should say day two. I mean, the average stack at the beginning of day two was like 140,000 or so. And so we got 170,000 in dead money just sitting out there already. So things get so huge. I mean, you can also just do the math and just say we paid $1,500 that went into the prize pool for those 30,000 chips. So that's basically the 20-to-1 ratio. And so right now when someone has to, ante 10,000 in chips, you can just divide that by 20, and that means it's essentially a $500 ante. And I guarantee you that there is no one at this table. I mean, we've got a $500 ante, but then, that's also $1,500, $3,000 blinds. I promise you there's no one at this table that has ever played a cash game where the big blind is 3,000. And there's an exceptionally good chance that no one ever will. And there's an exceptionally good chance that no one in this entire city, in all of Blackhawk, has ever played that big or ever will, including myself. So, and that's essentially what they're doing right now. The cash value that was paid for those chips, that's what we're playing, is a big blind of 3,000. And that's really, it's only in tournament poker that you see this. When I won the main event, and, the poker world was still quite a bit smaller in 04 than it is today, the last level, we had 50 and 100,000 blinds, and back then in the World Series, you paid dollar for dollar. So you started the main event, you paid 10,000, and you got 10,000 tournament chips. So we're putting up $100,000 cash value, so to speak, of chips as the big blind. And I've never heard of a game that big, for actual cash at any point in time. And even now where you get 3-to-1, you get 3 chips for every dollar at the World Series. And I think the blinds have finished up at levels of big blind of like $1 million. So we're talking like $333,000 just for the big blind. Maybe even bigger than that. Maybe it's even been 1.2 million or something for the big. And so you're talking $400,000 cash equivalent. So it's really amazing, when you play these big fields and stuff, how the numbers accelerate. And how everyone here is essentially playing like way over their head, so to speak. And that's been true of me in every tournament I've ever, final tabled. That essentially when you look at what we're playing for there at the end, I'm playing over my head, over my bankroll, bigger than I really should play. But since I was able to buy in for 1,500 or 10,000, it was an amount I could afford. And Colin shows an ace and folds to Chad's open raise, which probably is a good decision unless he has a very good kicker. So we haven't seen that frequently, but, we do have a few hands here, maybe half a dozen hands, where someone has just made the first raise and everyone folded. But we got some real action at this table. Thanks, James. Again, don't forget, if you have questions and stuff, tweet and send out a tweet with @FossilMan, @HPTPoker, and I will try to answer it if I can get this internet to work. I'm like connected to the internet, but it doesn't just keep saying, 0 or limited access. So I don't know if something wrong with my machine or something wrong with the Wi-Fi, but it does not want to work. So I apologize if you've been tweeting and I haven't been able to get to you. Not sure what I can do about it at this point. Maybe we need to try like rebooting or something. I'm working on that as we speak. James is saying 35 minutes left on this level. We're playing hour levels. Had 40-minute levels on day 1, hour levels on day 2 and day 3. I mean, you want to give people as much play as you reasonably can, but we still are trying to get the whole tournament done in 3 playing days. And we have John in the big blind. It's folded to Chad here next to the dealer's right hand. He's coming in for a raise. Looks like it's like 160, 180, 190, I think I heard. Action, Colin on the button. And I think Colin's going to be doing an exceptionally good job here at this final table. So in other words, see, that's the spot I think where Colin's really going to understand. He showed that he's such a good player that he's going to understand that, hey, even if I have a pretty decent hand, this really might not be the spot, that I want to get involved, because Chad's been such a tight player. I don't want to take the risk. It's one of those funny things too when you got a tight player, and it's actually a good lesson, is you can't just say tight. I mean, you need to be a lot more detailed in your description, so to speak, because some players are really tight before they will get involved, but once they come in, they never want to fold. So you might have a guy who, if it folds to him on the button, the bottom of his range, if he opens for a raise, is ace-jack. And so you're thinking to yourself, well, this guy's really tight. If I re-raise from the blind, he's going to fold a hand like ace-jack and ace-queen, because those aren't hands you're excited about when you're supposed to be tight and yet someone's willing to re-raise you. I mean, theoretically, if I'm re-raising for value and not bluffing, I have a hand like that beat. But you might get that player who, I would have just folded ace-10, and I would have folded, small pairs. But now that I've come in, I refused to. It's hey, I've waited so long for one of these few hands that I'm willing to play, that now I'm playing it, I'm not willing to just give it up. So you got to kind of differentiate. Now, but you get a guy who's tight at both levels. He's only going to open raise with 15 hands on the button. But if you 3-bet him, he's going to fold 8 of the 15 or 9 of the 15 or something like that. 10s, 9s, they both have, like a pair, but not a set. Colin immediately checks. Now Matthew's going for chips. And this can be a good card to bluff with. I mean, some of the hands that you could give Matthew credit for would be things like Queen Jack, Queen 10 suited. He might have called your raise in position, try to hit a flop with some of these hands that, they're not huge, strong premium hands pre-flop, but they still have lots of value. So he could be value betting 3 queens, and he was perfectly willing to check his 1 pair of queens on the flop and the turn. He also could just say, this looks like, Colin can't really have anything here. He wouldn't check 3 times with a big hand. This is a great card to bluff with. So maybe Matthew called the raise with 6, 7 suited, and he has nothing right now. And to be honest, that's what he should be bluffing with. If I'm Matthew and I have pocket tens, I'm not going to bet that river because there's a really good chance that if I check, I'm going to win. And, you know, I don't want to turn it into a bluff, what might be the best hand. Because what if Colin, you know, senses that I'm bluffing, even though I have a pretty good hand like tens, and now he check raises? Well, now there's a good chance it's going to work. I'm going to fold. So not only do I lose a pot that I could have won by checking, but I lose more because I put in those chips on the river when I was bluffing. So it's that same lesson from before. Like, if you have what could easily be the best hand, you should be very, very, you know, unlikely to bluff with that hand. And if you do, it should be a spot where you are quite sure what your opponent has. It has you beat, and you're still confident he'll fold it when you make the bluff. And obviously that takes an exceptionally good read. You know, you have to be right most of the time, and it's hard to read your opponents that perfectly. Only really the world-class players are going to be able to successfully do that, where it's not just a lucky guess at the time. So we got an under-the-gun raise from Chad, which should, again, draw lots of respect. I may have my internet back. We'll give that a few minutes to find out. So if you have been tweeting any questions, and don't forget, this is a 30-minute delay on this live stream. So if you send a tweet and I see it 2 seconds after you send it, and I say something about it 2 seconds after that, you're still not going to hear it for 30 minutes. So it's minimum 30 minutes, you know, and a few seconds between when you send a tweet and when you get an answer. And of course, it might be longer, or it might be a question I choose not to address. But, you know, anything reasonable, certainly we will try to get to. And, oh, I think maybe my internet is back. So it was the classic fix of reboot your computer. Such a hard time with that at home. My daughter is 17, senior in high school now, and you know, she just always wants her computer available when she's at home. And she will just, like, you know, complain about, like, oh, I can't get this website to load, or blah, blah, blah. And we're like, well, did you try rebooting? She said, oh, I don't want to. You know, the attention span problem, as they talk about, you know, of youth having poor attention spans and all that, you know. She doesn't want to have to reboot. That takes a couple of minutes or whatever. She just wants it to work now. Yep, I do get a tweet here that I will address immediately. Sorry, Jack. He says the streaming is really bad, that it's pixelated and there's lots of skips, you know, where you just lose, you know, freezes up and then starts back up and it's 10 seconds later in the feed, and I apologize. Don't know the cause of that, but the director will see that, and if there's something he can do to fix it and improve the live stream, I am sure he will do so. And it is. So Phil gets the walk and the big blind. And that, I mean, if anyone's going to get a walk here, I think Phil is our leading candidate, because, again, I think Chad is going to be one of the tightest players. And then, you know, the player who's played the tightest so far at the final table is Nils, who would be the button when Phil is. So you got, you know, when you're the big, that's a great spot for Phil, by the way. I mean, when I'm the button, I got the small blind and the button. When I'm the big blind, for Phil Mader, the small blind and the button are the two tightest guys at the table. So I mean, that's such a great spot where, you know, you're going to have so much less pressure put on you. When you have, like, the loose aggressive players to your right, it's like you're glad you have position on them for all those other hands. But when you're in the blinds, you're just like, man, I know my blind is going to get attacked relentlessly by these guys. And so that's still a lot of pressure. It's like you don't want to just snap fold half decent hands, but you also don't want to, donk off chips, like getting it all in with ace 5, and then the guy turns over ace queen, and you're just like, oh, I thought you could have all kinds of junk. I thought ace 4 was in the lead. Blah, blah, blah. And, then it turns out that, you're putting it in bad. Thanks, Stan. Just saw his tweet, just saying he's been enjoying it and saying nice things about me. Stan's a great buddy, and thanks for dinner the other day, or lunch the other day, by the way, Stan. Appreciate that as well. Stan, one of our regulars here on the HPT, plays lots and lots of these events. Splits his home between Vegas/Laughlin and Western Pennsylvania, where he has a beautiful farm and beautiful wife, beautiful life. But Stan's definitely the kind of guy, if you're going to be jealous of someone because they have a great life, it wouldn't be Stan. He has the great life, but when you get to know him, you're just like, oh, this guy just deserves it. There just doesn't seem to be any question about that. Trying to get some other data for you here now that my stream is back, or my internet connection's back. But what do we got going on here? So Phil is the button in this hand. Colin's the big blind. It's folded to Chad in the cutoff. And Chad is also folding. Now Phil's going to be, I think, a little more loose, a little more aggressive than some of those other guys. So, I expect to raise here reasonably frequently. Not excessively so or anything like that, but still a lot more from him than like Nils, Chad. And it's going to work. Colin shows a deuce as he folds, and Phil is going to win the blinds and antes. And that's really such a powerful thing if it happens to be something you can do is, excuse me, if you're able to just win lots of small pots, then you can avoid risk. Now, when it's early in the tournament, I'm not going to avoid risk. I'm happy to win lots of small pots, but I'm not going to avoid a big pot just because there's a lot of risk. If I think I'm the favorite, if you tell me here on the first hand of a day one that, Greg, you can get all your chips in 60-40, I'm going to be like, snap, absolutely, let's do it immediately. I'm not going to hesitate to say, yes, I'm all in with you. And that's not because I can re-enter. Even if re-entry was not available, I would still do it instantly. Excuse me. But at the final table, that's going to change because now you have this ICM issue. You have this issue of the chips I win aren't worth as much as the chips I'm losing. And plus, my goal is always to maximize the money. What decision do I think on average is going to put the most money in my pocket? So, for example, there was an incident where I was playing the Tuesday night No Limit Hold'em tournament at Foxwoods like 15 years ago. So well before I won the main event, when I was still a full-time attorney. And I get down to heads up with this guy, and he has the biggest tell I've ever seen in 22 years of poker. His head would move just slightly. We're talking a millimeter, but when he would stare at the flop as the dealer would spread the cards. And if he liked the flop, you could see this just tiny, tiny, tiny nod of his head up and down, like yes. Like if someone's agreeing with you and they're nodding their head yes. But instead of moving it up and down, an inch or two, we're talking like a millimeter, just this tiniest little movement. And if he didn't like the flop, you could see him shake his head right to left, no. Again, very, very tiny movement. And when I picked up on this, at first I thought, oh, this is like a con. The guy's setting me up. He's going to nod yes or no truthfully for a little while, and then he's going to set me up in a spot. Like he's going to nod, he's going to flop the nuts and then give the head shake no and make me think that he's weak. But it turned out that he was unaware of it, and it was an honest tell. So if that guy had shoved all in, and I knew I was 80-20 favorite, I would fold. Because I was going to be able to grind him down, just winning like 1 or 2 blinds at a time, with essentially 100% certainty. So why take any chance? Why get it all in as an 80-20 favorite if I can grind him down slowly and win 98% of the time, something like that. So there can be spots where if we just do the math and the analysis for this hand, even doing the ICM math, even doing those calculations of taking into account the fact that these are tournament chips and the value is not linear, you still might decide that it's best to fold in a profitable spot because it's even more profitable to fold because of these other circumstances. Well, we got a huge pot here. We had like a raise, a re-raise, an all-in from Nader on this flop of 9-7-3, and Phil Nader loses to Nader. But we had a check raise of what looked like 800,000 or $1 million. It looked like he put in either 8 or 10 of the white chips on the check raise, and then Nader didn't take too long to decide to go all in. So Nader Wadon wins a pretty big pot, profited well over $1 million off of Phil Nader. And like I said, Phil is, a tough opponent, and he's capable of making big bluffs, as well as sitting back and playing tight and waiting and actually having a big hand every single time. So, and that makes it difficult to, that's the thing. If you mix it up appropriately, you bluff just enough that they don't want to call if they can only win against a bluff, because you don't bluff all that often, but you do bluff some of the time. Now you get your opponent. John has the queen 10. I got the, so it's 2 pair, queen 10 of hearts for John, and it's ace jack, the open end straight draw for Adam. So Adam can win with a king or an 8, or he could catch, like a running 2 pair or running trips. But his immediate outs are a king and an 8. 2 of diamonds. Now that gives a flush draw. So now Adam has 9 diamonds. Yep, all 9 diamonds are good. None of those will give a full house to John. So he's got 9 diamonds, 3 kings, 3 8s, 15 cards. About 1/3 of the time he's going to hit the river and knock John out. So John's a 2-to-1 favorite to double, but lots and lots of outs for Adam. Jack of diamonds, and that is the runner flush. So, John was at a huge risk there. He was going to lose about 1/3 of the time when the money went in, but he kind of lost the ugly way, losing to the runner flush. So a little bit unfortunate there, and I think he played the hand right. The board was too wet, as we were talking about earlier, for him to check. Even though he has top 2 pair, he doesn't really want to check there, because if it checks around and a jack, a king, an 8, an ace comes off, that could all beat him. Too many free cards he could be accidentally giving there. So he either needs to shove that flop, or he has to just say, I'm willing to take the risk. But good game for John. Another final table here on the HPT, and we will let you guys listen to the interview here with James Larson interviewing our 8th place finisher, John Sasha.
Thanks, guys. I'm joined with John Sasha. Now, you won this thing in 2009. Had to feel good to get back here, and the river got you this time.
River got me. I got the chips in good, and I had about $1 million left, so it would have been a nice double up, and then I could have played some poker after that. It's the way it goes. I tried to be aggressive early because I wanted to get some chips, but and I got it in the way I wanted to get it in. I just couldn't feint all the outs, but it was fun. I had a great time.
And it's great to see you back at a final table, and 25,000, not too shabby.
Yeah, I can use it.
All right. Thanks a lot for playing. That is John Sasha. He's going out in 8th place. Like I said, just over 25,000 in cash. Freddie and Maria, we'll send it back over to you.
Well, we're not going to hear from Freddie and Maria. That was a little bit for the bump on the TV show when this airs a few months down the road. If you want to watch the edited shows with the whole cards and all that stuff, go to hptpoker.com, and you will see a series of little tabs across the top. And one of them just says TV, and that will mouse over the word TV, and you're going to see another set of options. And one of them is where to watch HPT, and another one says station information. So you can find out what station in your market, your part of the country or your cable provider will be carrying HPT and when they're going to air and all that. So you can figure out when you can see these shows on television. And then you will be hearing not me, but Fred Bevel, Maria Ho, and our tableside commentator James Larson. We're on a little unscheduled break here. Just whenever we lose a player, there's always a little bit of delay as they got to get some of the filming done. Oh, that's too bad. Dale's a great guy to work with. It's probably because after Fred's had a few drinks, he's willing to buy for everybody. So you always want to show up late, let Fred get some drinks first, and then... So we were down to 7 players. That was about $25,000 for John Sasha. And next player out is now guaranteed at least $30,253, which we'll just refer to as $30,000. And but again, if you look at the people who have been playing tight, and particularly Nils, who has not been involved, but in a couple of hands, he was the third shortest stack when we started the day. 2 stacks have busted, one of which was shorter, one of which was, significantly bigger, 50% bigger than him to start the day. And so he's moved up from 20 to 30,000. And if he just sits out, and someone else goes broke in a hand or two, he makes 6,000 more. And, another, hand or two, if someone else goes broke, he makes another 10,000 on top of that. So, that's the thing when you're the short stack, is you're balancing those concerns just as much or more than the big stacks. If I'm in this spot and I'm one of the short stacks, I am paying very close attention to, who's active, who's willing to risk their medium stack. I look at, let's say, like someone like a Phil Mader, who's not a chip leader, and it turns out that I'm just dead wrong. And he's like, oh, he wasn't trying to bluff. Those nervous tics that I thought had to do with bluffing were actually his reaction to having a huge hand. And so sometimes you're going to that's the disadvantage of going with your reads, is that sometimes you are just going to be way off and, completely wrong about the whole scenario. So we have an open from Nader. Adam has defended from the small blind, so Adam is first to act. And this is, I don't remember that pose from Nader where he's like got his hands cupped. He was covering his mouth and his nose. His hands were kind of half steepled before. Now he's got them more cupped just over his mouth. Both players have checked the 3-8-6. Now that's a flop I'm usually going to want to c-bet if I'm Nader, because even though that flop, you don't expect that flop to have hit Nader. He opens for a raise. You don't expect that to be a flop that has improved his hand. But to be honest, you don't really expect Adam to have hit that flop very often. Adam would presumably, as the guy who called, would hit that flop, like he might have an 8 or a 6 or whatever in his hand more often than Nader would. But you still don't expect him to have hit that flop very often. And so if I'm the guy who was the last aggressor and a flop comes out where I think there's a good chance this flop has not improved anybody, then that's definitely the kind of flop where I want to make my c-bet. Because, when I still have, ace-king, ace-queen, I want you to be able to fold. I don't want to check, and then your jack-10 hits a pair on the turn for free. Now, it does mean I'm setting myself up for a check raise, and if I have not improved, I might find that I really can't call the check raise. And so I can be putting myself in a tough spot there when it's that kind of flop, because my opponent could be check raising just because he knows that flop probably did not help me. But the thing is, a lot of my range might still include overpairs, because if I have aces through 9s, I'm going to still have raised pre-flop. So especially if I have like 9s or 10s, well, that 8-high flop looks great to me. I'm like, oh, thank heavens. I have a pair of nines, and there was not a single overcard on the flop. So that flop is going to look fantastic to me, and your check raise is just going to cost you more money unless you've got the best hand, because I'm not going to fold my nines on a flop like that. So Adam is the button. Nader's open for a raise, and Colin is called, I think. I think it's been raise call. Adam makes it 350. So we had a raise, original raise to 150. I guess a call from Colin. Now a 350 re-raise. Nader is quickly counting out chips for a huge 4-bet. Looks like 1.1. 1.1 million from Nader. So at this point, Colin's either folding or he was kind of trapping when he just called. Any hand that Colin can continue with here is certainly a hand that was worthy of 3-betting instead of just calling originally. But I could easily see Colin have an ace-king here, especially ace-king suited. Kind of like, I got position on Nader. There's a good chance everyone else will fold. Let me kind of hide the value of my ace-king by not 3-betting. And then if I hit top pair, it's going to be unlikely. My Nader's not going to necessarily give me credit for top pair, top kicker. Might give me credit for top pair if an ace or a king comes, but not necessarily with a top kicker. So flatting with ace-king there is a perfectly reasonable option. And then now you're like, wow, but now it's been 3-bet, 4-bet. Does that mean my ace-king is just crushed? One of these guys has aces or kings, and I need to get away from this? Or is this like a really, really good spot where, like, if I shove all in, they're going to both just almost have to fold unless they have 2 aces or 2 kings. And Colin could have also trapped here himself. He might have ace-ace or king-king himself. He trapped with the first call, and now he's taking his time. Because, like, if I'm over there in Adam's seat, if I'm sitting in Nader's seat, and Colin is thinking like this, ace-king is one of the first hands I'm thinking he's most likely to have. Because if he just called, I want to see a flop, I have jack-10 suited, he's not going to think like this before he folds. He's just going to fold the jack-10. And he's all in. So that's either a fantastic bluff or it's either a fantastic bluff or it's a trap, and it looks like, yep, and it was a trap. So Colin did do all that thinking with aces. Adam has folded, I'm pretty sure. I see the 2 hands out there. So Colin shoved. Adam quickly folded. Nader quickly called, but then said, I knew it, when he saw the aces. So, but at that point, there was so much money in the pot that Nader really wasn't supposed to fold. Colin either had ace-king or aces or kings probably, or it was a very inspired bluff that would have failed in this case since he got called immediately. But wow, what fortune. Unless, Nader gets super lucky to get there and win. This is such a great spot for Colin. He has been so fortunate because, you flat the first guy, and now you get the 3-bet and the 4-bet when you have the 2 aces. That's just so lucky that you could find that spot. So frequently it would be a 3-bet or nothing, or, it'd be like nothing at all and everyone just folds, but we got 10 outs. 4 10s in the deck, and any one of them will make Nader the winner and knock Colin out. And Nader probably only had about 6, 7, 8% equity pre-flop. So it's going to be pretty darn lucky if he gets there and wins this pot. Wow. That is so, painful. Colin obviously is handling it pretty well. But wow. In fact, what is our math here? My favorite site actually for this kind of analysis is called 2dimes.net. Been using that one for 15 years or something. Because it does things other than hold 'em. But, if we would input the ace of diamonds, king of diamonds, and here, and I forget the suits of his aces, but it doesn't matter. So any of the other 2 aces would be the same determination. And it was it was a lot more than I thought. It was a 12% chance the ace king of diamonds was going to get there. He was going to win 12% of the money on average. That must be the suited part of it. What if I make it ace of diamonds, king of hearts? Now he's down to like the 7% equity that I was thinking. So I mean, having that flush draw gave him like 5% extra equity, but still 12%. He's like a 7-1, 8-1 underdog. So very, very unfortunate for Colin to get busted out here. And he'd been playing his stack really, as far as I could tell, not seeing all the hole cards. He'd just been making nothing but the best decision every single hand. And it just didn't work out this time, and that's kind of the sad part of poker. You can do everything perfect and still get nailed, but in this case, 30,000.
Think and Grow Rich, and it's all about positive thinking. And I was running through my mind what percentage of me didn't believe I was going to win, and there was a little bit in there. Honestly, I thought I was going to win. I'm surprised I didn't, but what are you going to do?
Well, a nice little resume. You were second here last time. Now you go home with another final table and a cash. You got to be happy about that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Anything you want to say to your girlfriend back there? She looks a little more devastated than we are here.
I'm not going to look at her just yet. We'll deal with
That's Colin York. A pleasure to have him back here at our HPT final table. He's going home with just over 30,000. Maria and Fred, we'll send it back to you.
Well, as James said, over $30,000. And at the beginning of the week, when I don't know which day one he entered, but if he started on Wednesday or Thursday, Friday, whatever, if you say to him, hey, you're going to pay your $1,650 to enter this tournament, and we're going to give you $30,000 and change, you should be very, very pleased. That's obviously a much better than average result. No matter how confident you are, no matter how good you are, if you turned that down and said, no, I'd rather take my chances playing rather than having you pay me, just, oh, hey, don't even enter, Greg. We'll just give you $30,000 because we think that's what you're going to do. It would be ridiculous of me to turn that down. But having said that, I knew he was very confident, and he had every reason to be. He was playing really well. But, you do have to get lucky. I mean, most of the time, that 88% of the time he was going to win that pot, and he was going to double up and then some, and he was going to be one of the chip leaders. But he was so lucky to get in that spot that it kind of balances like how unlucky he was to lose. And again, those are the kind of things, the good luck, the bad luck, that a lot of players just don't even notice. So if Colin had won this hand and he had gone on to win the tournament, he would still have to say how lucky he was. He's like, oh, I mean, that spot I found where I doubled up with the aces, how lucky was that he has ace king and that Adam has a hand that he's willing to 3-bet with, and, make sure that I can get it all in against ace king. Because if Adam hadn't had a hand, if Adam had just folded pre-flop, now Nader obviously has been called by Colin, so that's it, no more action, boom, here's the flop. And the flop came queen. It's certainly, much more likely that his aces would have held up and won, but he probably wouldn't have gotten all the chips in the pot, so to speak. So if we change that river card to a 9, where Colin aces, where his aces don't get cracked, there's a very good chance that Nader is not going to pay him off completely. So it's one of those things where you have to say, like, how lucky were you to find this unbelievable spot where you could get in all your chips, 88%. And then it kind of gets balanced by the fact that, like, well, the 12% happened and I lose. And, and I need to look at it the same way. When I got knocked out in the money yesterday, I flopped a set. I know at that point in time that I am going to win the vast majority of the time in this pot. But now it's like, not only does my opponent like have a draw that gets there or something of that sort, but my opponent actually just had me beat from the beginning. And that was just extreme. So I was extremely lucky to flop my set, extremely unlucky to be behind. But those are the kinds of things that get ignored, where people won't say, or the guy with the 2 jacks that knocked me out. He needed to say, like, man, how lucky was that? Like, not only do I flop a set, but if I am nils, if I don't have any hand, And, I'm able to go in there, like he tag teams me when Chad makes the bet. Now I come in to finish playing the hand. Because of that read, I would have shoved, and it's very possible that I'm dead wrong and that Chad, like, flopped the nuts or something. He had Jack Queen and flopped the straight, and he calls instantly when I shove, and now I've just dumped off all of Nil's chips for him. It was the best hand, but it turned out not to be. In other words, whatever your opponent's range is, if it goes from aces down to however far it might go, and you're saying, well, against all of those hands put together, I'm the favorite, I call his all-in. Well, that doesn't mean he isn't at the top of his range this time with 2 aces or 2 kings. And your 2 queens are way, way behind. But if the guy was going to shove anytime you had a pair, anytime you had ace-king, ace-queen, and you look down at 2 queens and you call, it was a very, very good call. But it might be the wrong call this time, because he might have pocket aces or pocket kings and be at the top of his range. And the thing is, too, you don't know the bottom of a player's range until you see it. So if a guy shoves all in and gets called, and it's someone I play against regularly, like maybe we're cash games, and I'm playing against this guy all the time because we're regulars in the same poker room, and I see a situation where he shoves, he gets called, and he has 2 aces. Like, well, I don't know if his range is 2 aces and nothing else, or if his range is any 2 cards. But the one time I saw his hand, he had the top of his range. So until I play with him long enough that I've seen the bottom, I don't know where the bottom is for sure. But you just have to do your best at estimating, guessing what that range is. So we got some good action going on here. Phil is open for a raise on the button. Nader is defended from the small blind. Ace 4-5 rainbow. And Nader says all in. That's like, seems a little bit, and that's like $1.5 million that he's basically betting, into a pot that must have been like 500,000. So I'm not too big a fan of that bet, no matter what he had. And it looks like the dealer is suiting the deck, so this must be another 15-minute break for our players, which means that we'll be taking a break on the live stream for about 15 minutes as well.
Down here on the felt, and we're going to take a short break, 15 minutes to be exact. And I'm in the seat here of our chip leader, Nader, who just had a big hand knocking out Colin York as he hit that 10 on the river. We found out there was only 3 remaining in the deck, and he hit one of them. We'll be back with chip counts in your final 6, and we'll find out who your new champion is going to be. Don't go too far. We'll be back in 15 minutes. You're watching the HPT.
stream, everyone. I am Greg the Fossil Man Raymer, and this is the final table of the Heartland Poker Chips. Nader, our overwhelming chip leader. He now has 8.5 million chips. And second place would be Adam with 4.3. Then Chad with 3 million. 2.3 million for Matthew, 1.5 for Phil, and Nils still our short stack at 1.1 million. But as we discussed, you know, there's always some value in letting other people knock each other out, because by moving up to at least sixth place, Nils is going to get paid at least $36,000, and if he can, you know, get another cold deck or whatever and let someone else go out first, now he's going to move up to $46,000. But the big money is on top, of course, $226,000 to our eventual winner, and Nader looking like a huge favorite to be that guy right now. I mean, if we add up our chips here, we have 12.2 million chips that his 5 opponents are holding, and he's got 8.5. So he's got like 40% of all the chips six-handed, you know, where the average player is obviously going to have 17% of the chips. So he's got more than double the average stack. And he's got everyone covered at least 2-1. So, you know, he's in this really, really great spot where he can bully people around. You know, Matthew's obviously not going to let him bully this hand, though. Nader's open for a raise. Matthew has re-raised. And Adam's thinking, and he's, you know, the second biggest stack. And so that's the thing. I mean, right now, Adam is in such a tough spot. I mean, if Adam has ace-ace, king-king, queen-queen, you know, then it's six-handed. I'm probably, you know, not too inclined to ever fold. Certainly not aces. But, you know, what does Adam do there with a hand like ace-queen? What does he do with pocket tens? You know, he's like, wow, I mean, even with a raise and a re-raise, this is still probably the best hand. But if I get involved and I'm wrong, now maybe I'm the guy that is getting my ace-king all in against, you know, Nader's aces or something like that. And now I get knocked out in sixth place when I'm the second biggest stack at this time. So, you know, it's just so hard for, you know, anyone to get involved against Nader, except, to be honest, the very shortest stacks who, in a sense, have nothing to lose. They're like, I'm supposed to be the next guy out. You know, if I'm Nils, I'm the shortest stack. I'm supposed to be the next one out. It's not a disaster for me to risk all my chips. And now Matthew had the right idea. He 3-bet with the pocket threes, but he failed to continue. I mean, the flop came with a 4, and Nader hit a pair of 4s, and that was the winning hand. But Matthew failed to follow up. You know, he didn't do the c-bet, and that really was the issue. If he had c-bet, and especially if he had c-bet the flop and then bet again on the turn, it's hard to imagine Nader not giving up bottom pair of 4s. And if Nader didn't give him up, he might like check raise or something, but he would think he was bluffing, even though it turned out he had the best hand. And that's the thing, is that kind of half measures are often a huge mistake in poker. If you're going to take that aggressive line, like I'm not going to just call with my pair of threes and try to hit a set against the chip leader to my right. I'm going to 3-bet him pre-flop. Well, then it's like you need to follow that up. He only called. You know, he could be trapping, but he probably just has some kind of marginal hand. And he probably missed this flop. And even though he did hit the flop, it was bottom pair. So he still might fold when you c-bet. And, you know, so you don't want to go halfway. You know, you got aggressive with the 3-bet pre-flop. You needed to continue and show some aggression. Give him a chance to lay that hand down, which he certainly might have if you'd bet again at some point. So this time Matthew just calls, and he looks like he's, you know, down. I mean, he's down even more with that. You know, he's down to like $1.6 million to start this hand, $1.7 million. Check, check. 6-7 queen with 2 clubs. So now there you don't necessarily have to show any aggression. However, if I'm Matthew and I've completely missed that flop, 6-7 queen and I just have nothing, and I don't think I have the best hand, that might be a great time to take a stab. Represent a queen. You know, kind of like, hey, I flatted you with king-queen suited, queen-jack suited, something like that. Now I'm going to bet since you've checked. And Nader's check called, and Matthew is quickly reaching in after Nader checks the river. given the situation, not a big bet. Looks like it's 350. So it looks like a value bet. It looks like a I want you to call bet. And the funny thing is, sometimes, that makes a better bluff. Well, that's pretty surprising. So King 9, was the value bet. And then Nader just check calls the 6-7. He flops the 2 pair. And pretty surprising. I would have gone for the check raise there. I would have felt like 6-7 was almost always the best hand. And that I might get called by the worst hand. I can get called by the top pair king. I mean, Matthew checked the flop and then he bet the turn. Definitely a part of his range is king whatever. And yeah, he might have hit 2 pair. That river card might have given him kings up. But seems like he's leaving value on the table there. Now, the checks before that I kind of like. I flop bottom 2 pair. I pretty much always have the best hand. But Matthew might not have anything. Let's try to induce a bluff. And if Matthew does have something, I'm going to be able to get chips in the pot, win or lose. So there's no worry. If he has a hand, we're going to get the chips in. We're going to get chips in this pot. And I'm going to win them if I'm ahead. And if I'm beat, well, then it's just a cold deck and I'm going to lose with my 6-7. But on the river, I would have probably gone for the check raise. Maybe not, though. It depends. I mean, live reads and stuff, I might change my mind, but... So, is that another one? It's not a one. Nader's raised under the gun. And he's... Oh, looks like he's going to show a big one here. He's showing to his friends. 2 kings. So, he came back from break with 8.5, and he must have 9.5, 10 million now. But, he's not making mistakes. We can debate whether he should have gotten more value out of the 6s and 7s, but it's certainly debatable. It's not like even if I decide I think he's wrong, it's not like he's absolutely wrong. It was a huge mistake. It would be more like I disagree and I think he was slightly wrong or something like that. And by the way, the blinds now are 40 and 80,000 with a 10,000 ante, so that's 180,000 chips in the pot. And Matthew's going all in for a little under $1 million, it looks like. Close to $1 million. And that's, 12 blinds. So that's, if you're going to play a hand, shoving it's a perfectly good move when you have 12 blinds or less. And he's been called by Adam. And everyone else is going to fold. So we got Matthew at risk with 10s. And Adam is called with ace-jack. It looks like ace-jack offsuit. I can't tell for sure yet. Ace of clubs, jack of spades for Adam, who called, and 10 of hearts, 10 of clubs for Matthew, who shoved. And I think these are both perfectly good decisions. I can't argue with either one of them, because Matthew was down to that 12 big blinds or so. So if he's going to raise, shoving is perfectly correct. And you figure ace-jack is probably in good shape against his range. It's questionable. Ace-jack is very borderline, but definitely not horrible or anything. And the flop has come 3-6 queen. Queen on the turn, so it's still just ace or a jack on the river, or Matthew will double up if it's not an ace or a jack. If it is an ace or a jack, then Matthew's out 6. Then Adam's going to win a nice pot of a couple million. And it's the deuce. And Matthew's going to win this pot. And that's going to put him at about 2 million. Which is like exactly where he started when we came back from break, essentially. He's going to be like, he lost 2 significant pots to Nader, and now he's won almost all of it back from Adam. And that's actually fantastic news for Nader. If you told Nader, you're going to win $1.5 million in these first few hands, it would be like, yeah, I want to win them from Adam. I want all these guys to be short. However many, if I'm the chip leader, however many chips I have, I want everyone else to have like the same number. So if there's 20 million chips and I have 10, then I want my 5 opponents to have like 2 million each. Because I want each and every one of them to be thinking, like, man, if I just avoid Greg and avoid the risk of going broke, these other guys can all go broke. And they're all trying to, like, outlast each other. And I can just steal a little pot, steal a little pot, steal every little pot over, and, steal the blinds, da-da-da-da-da. And, now I have 12 million and they have 1.6 each, and so on. And I have 15 million chips and they have 1 million each. And that's like the perfect world as the chip leader is, if you have one guy who's the obvious short stack, then the other people will wait. But that guy's not going to just keep backing down if you're raising every hand. He's going to be like, oh, Greg's raising all the time. I'm going to take a stand here with my ace deuce. So we got the shove here from Nils, who is still the short stack. And that is it. He wins uncontested, which is reasonable. I would give him credit for a pretty good hand, and I wouldn't want to call, a million chips, 12 big blinds, give or take, unless I thought I had him beat. We have little bios on all the players, too. Nils is interesting. It's just he's a 44-year-old retiree. So you're kind of like, I wonder what the heck he retired from, that he's retiring when he's 44. And how do you, like, retire in the sense that you're, like, completely just retired and not doing anything when you're 40-something? Even 50-something. It's like you probably have several decades ahead of you. It's like you'd think you'd want something, even if it's not a full-time job. Or maybe he just says he's a retiree when really he means I'm a full-time professional poker player. But rather than say that, I just say I retired from, being a stockbroker or whatever else he used to do. And people just assume, like, oh, so you're just, like, got lots of money and you play poker for fun. So another small pot for Nader. And I love, being in his spot. I love having that huge chip lead because it's not just the simple math. If you, go online and you Google ICM calculator, so just the 3 letters, ICM space, calculator, you're going to find tons of websites and stuff. There's apps for your phone that you can get for free or you can pay for. And this will, like, if we stopped right now and looked at the one big pots, and they were sitting there with that 8.5 million, 10 million chips, they might not know how to correctly open up and steal more, when to raise, when to re-raise. They might not understand the situation as well, and they wouldn't take advantage of the big stack as effectively. And so, in some sense, it's almost worth taking some risks to get that big stack if you know how to be the correct bully with it. So Phil in the one seat makes it 250, which is slightly, it's like 3x. That's, a big raise by today's standards. And it's pretty big in the sense that it's like something like 20% of all of his chips. And now Nils is shoved all in. And I think Phil has Nils covered. But it's still a tough spot because you figure Nils has a real hand. But we have ace of clubs, king of diamonds for Phil Mader. And Nils turns over 9 of spades, 9 of hearts for Nils Bardsley. So we have all 4 suits. Hearts or spades, if 4 of those come, will win for Nils, and clubs or diamonds would win for Phil. And, of course, we got the traditional flip here. The 9s are the small favorite. Nils is going to win here 52-53%. But now it's the ace of diamonds on the flop, and Phil has become the overwhelming favorite. It's about 8% chance right now for Nils to get lucky and catch up here. 5 of hearts doesn't make any difference in a sense. Still 2 outs. He needs a 9, or it's gonna be close. If he's eliminated or just crippled, absolutely. But I think Phil has more chips. And Nils does not catch that 2 outer on the river. And everyone seems quite sure that he's covered, so I guess my estimate wasn't as close as I thought. But that is still, you come in as one of the shorter stacks, you outlast 3 other people, you moved up the pay ladder, so to speak. And so that's still not a bad result. And, he waited for good hands, and then he played them aggressively. And it's always nice when someone's being, a gentleman, polite on the way out instead of, acting whiny and bitchy about it. So Phil probably has $2 to $2.5 million now. So a nice improvement from where he started since the break. In fact, basically Phil's back, at or where he started the day. He's where he started the day, or maybe a little bit better off, which is perfectly fine. I mean, you would not want to be disappointed if you had said to me, again, if I'm in Phil's shoes, and you said, hey, we're going to play for this amount of time. 4 people are going to be knocked out, and you're going to have the exact same chip count you started with. I'd be like, oh yeah, because his chances of winning this tournament are still exactly the same as they were at the beginning of the day. If you have 10% of the chips, no matter what his other card was, I had the best hand. That's not going to affect me emotionally after 22 years of playing poker seriously, but it does give me information. Maybe I saw a little something, and I thought, that's a tell. Maybe it means he's weak, maybe it means he's bluffing, but I'm not sure, and my hand's not very good, I'll just fold. But now he shows me that he was bluffing, and I'm like, aha, you've just confirmed my tell. Now if I see that again, I'm going to feel very confident that you're bluffing again. So that's kind of the problem with showing a bluff, or even showing one card to imply a bluff. You might be giving your opponent information that they're going to use to hurt you. The advantage, of course, is if it's going to put them on tilt. Like if his opponent's going to become upset, like, oh man, I let myself get bluffed, and they're going to lose their temper, so to speak, then that's when you gain value. That's when you gain the value of showing the bluff card. But I don't usually expect my opponents to go on tilt, so I just don't ever show a bluff card. So I got our 2 chip leaders in this pot. Flop is 6 deuce 6 with 2 hearts. Now it's 6 deuce 6 3, and we have 2 diamonds and 2 hearts on the board. Both players check again. Is another deuce. 6s and deuces with a 3. It seems highly unlikely either player has a 6 or a deuce. So ace 10, and I say I like the way Adam played that hand. The only risk he's taking, when he's checking the flop, checking the turn, is that Nader, might have 6 outs. Now, we know now, of course, ace 10 was the best hand. But if, what if Nader had queen jack? Well, now by not betting and giving him a free card, he might catch that queen or that jack and beat you. And it might be, in a situation where he would have folded if you had bet the flop or bet the turn. So that's the downside. The plus side, though, is that, you're almost like, I think I have the best hand, but I'm kind of bluffing because I really, really want my opponent to fold. And if he check raises me, I'm going to have to fold. So you hate to bet and open yourself up to the check raise from the chip leader, but you also hate giving the free card. So the question is, I don't like either of my decisions. I can check, I can bet. I don't like either one. Which one do I dislike the least? And certainly I think checking is kind of a good standard play there. And especially if you're willing to call, in other words, if the bet had come on the river, would Adam have called? If his plan was, plan A is call, plan B is take a few seconds, stare at Nader, and see if I see something that makes me change my mind, that makes me believe that he's not bluffing, maybe I do choose to fold. But, unless I reevaluate and change my mind, my first plan is to call the presumed bluff. So in other words, by checking the ace-10, yes, I'm giving him a free card, but I'm also inducing a bluff. And he's the aggressive chip leader. And he's the most likely guy that I can, get to bluff into me by checking, by looking weak. He will probably be more likely to be induced into a bluff than the other guys will. Adam says all in. And given the size of the pot, there's what they call the pot to stack ratio or whatever. In other words, like how many pot-sized bets are in your stack currently. And for Matthew, that's only 2, maybe 3. So it's the kind of thing where if Adam does what he might consider his normal bet amount, well, then that's kind of the perfect spot for Matthew to like check raise all in, and have fold equity. He could check raise enough that Adam might fold. So to avoid that dilemma, you just put your opponent all in. Matthew folds, and Matthew looks like he's down to like 1.2 million or something like that. Like 15 big blinds, maybe less. Adam is obviously up there. He's came back from break with 4.3, and he should be up noticeably from that. So he might be as much as 5. I'm not sure. See, when the people do the one big stack of chips like that, it's really hard to estimate what they've got. But he should be up there, getting closer to 5 million. Phil has a couple million. Nader still has probably like that 10 million or a little less. Yeah, it's probably more than 10 million. Folded to the button, and Matthew, who goes all in. And that's, like roughly 1 million, about 15 blinds. And, it's like a good half of Chad's stack almost, between 35 and 50% of Chad's stack. So Chad can't call there unless he feels that, he has over 50% equity really in the pot. He has to think there's a chance he has the best hand. So the all-in shove gets through, and that would move him up to like, if he had 15 blinds before, now he has like 17 and a half, something like that. And now that's enough chips, like I wouldn't want to just shove as the first move. But like here you got Nader opening for a raise. Now if I'm Matthew with some kind of reasonable hand, that's a good spot to shove. Because, Nader is raised, and I don't know the amount exactly, but it's probably 2 to 3 big blinds. And now I go all in for 17, 18. Again, Nader shouldn't just call, just because he can afford to. I mean, I hear people, I could afford to call because I have so many chips. I'm like, well, that's silly. It's not a question of can you afford it. It's a question of, is it the most profitable play? Is it the decision that's going to make you the most money on average? So the fact that you can afford it would be like saying, like, oh, someone just stole $1 million from you. Like, well, I can afford it. Like, that doesn't still, you still, that's, nailed for $1 million. Now, Phil has gone all in from the big blind, and he's got a lot more than Matthew. So, even more so, Nader's not really getting a price. He's not getting pot odds. It's not like he's getting 2 to 1 or 3 to 2 or anything like that even. So, Nader really can only call if he thinks he has the best hand. He's like, I have to think I have the best hand pretty much half the time or more. Otherwise, I need to fold here. But even for, Matthew's much shorter stack of like 17 blinds, if you've put in 2 blinds and then your opponent goes all in for 17, well, then you're, calling 15 more to win like 20 or so. And, that means you need to think, like, oh, I think I'm going to win this pot like 40 or 45% of the time. Otherwise, I have to fold. And so that means if you don't have a pretty good hand, You know, if you don't think there's a chance you sometimes at least have the best hand, you really can't call when you need 45% equity. You know, if you're in a spot where you're just always beat, then you're not going to have that much equity. And a walk for Nader. That's another thing I like to do. I think Nader showed ace-3, but I'm not sure. But let's pretend he did. You know, he showed a good hand. He showed an ace or even a huge hand, you know, a big pair or something. If I get a walk, I'll look at my cards, because if I see that premium hand, then, you know, I like to show it. I want to, like, reinforce the attitude in that guy to my right who folded a small blind, that, like, see, you did the right thing. You were smart to fold. Look at this big hand I had. Because then he's, again, that much more likely to fold in the future. Because I want to, you know, so whenever my opponent does something I want, I try to, you know, make my decisions in a manner that will reinforce that behavior. You know, like one thing I like to do, like I guess Phil raised, he tossed like one chip forward or something. He probably said all in, which I'm not very excited about. You know, I mean, for Matthew's stack, that's, you know, 17 blinds or whatever, you know, open shoving isn't horrible. But the problem is I'm not just shoving 17 and risking 17 if I'm Phil. I'm shoving my entire stack, which is, you know, 35 or, you know, whatever, some number of blinds like that. And, you know, 35, 40 big blinds, 45 big blinds, because I got Nader right behind me, and he might wake up with a big hand and call my shove for 35 blinds. Chad is open for 200,000. Under the gun. So even five-handed. When Chad raises under the gun, I'm giving him credit for a pretty big starting hand. And it looks like a 600,000 chip re-raise from Phil Nader. So that's either silly or he's got a good hand. I mean, if he's bluffing, I think it's silly, because I just don't think there's much chance that Chad doesn't have a good hand. Doesn't mean Chad won't fold here, but I don't think Chad is opening there ever with, like, the suited connectors, you know, and the kind of the speculative or marginal hands. So to re-raise Chad, I'm going to want to have, like, a really, really good starting hand myself. Jack, Jack, deuce, and Chad is thinking. Now, again, Chad let out before. We saw a hand earlier where he let out into the pre-flop aggressor. I think it was Matthew at that time, but I'm not, or maybe it was Sasha, John Sasha, but he led into one of them, and then they raised, and he folded. So here he looked like he was thinking of leading again. Well, it looks like he was thinking of leading as a bluff, because, you know, he checks finally. Phil bets 225,000, so not even a quarter of the pot. And Chad just says, I still can't, you know, play. And Phil's bet there is a bet you see more and more often by really, really good players. You know, like, I'm the pre-flop aggressor, I raise, I get one caller who checks to me. And the flop is something like that, where it's like, you know, wow, it's really hard for you to have anything that you will play other than a very few hands. You know, so Jack, Jack, deuce. It's like, Chad, you're never going to have a deuce. I don't even think you'll ever have pocket deuces. You could have ace jack. But when I 3-bet, you wouldn't have called with Jack 10 and stuff like that. So it's just like almost impossible for you to have hit this flop. And if you have an underpair, you might still give it up anyways. So, like, there's no need for me to do a normal C-bet there of, like, 600,000. you know, I raised to 500 and re-raised to 500 pre-flop, and I'm going to c-bet, you know, a little bit more than that. So maybe my normal c-bet would be 600, but I don't need to do that, because if I bet 225, you know, 300, I bet something small. If you've just completely missed, you still are, you know, you're either going to have to check raise bluff or fold. You know, or you could call and float, but essentially you're still planning to bluff. Same thing would happen like when it comes like an ace high flop. It's kind of like, hey, I'm the one who raised or re-raised, you know, the last raise pre-flop, and now there's an ace out there. It's kind of like, if you don't have an ace, really, what are you going to do besides fold? So there's no need for me to make kind of my normal bet. I can bet really small. Just make sure that you would make the same small-sized bet whether you have the ace or not, or whether you know, have what you think is definite. Another walk. See, now that's a spot like Chad is getting down low there. He has like $1.5 million. And even though that's 20 blinds and it's more than I would normally want to do it with, if he had open shoved there, Phil is, you know, only going to call him with a very few hands. So it's probably a spot where Chad could have shoved with deuce 7 and made money, because Phil would have probably folded, you know, 90 or 95% of the time. But even if Chad had just raised, Phil is probably folding well over half the time. But you can't be sure, actually. Phil might just call and see a flop with a pretty wide variety of hands, actually. So it's not that he would necessarily just 3-bet you with a high percentage of hands, but he would probably at least call, take one off. And Nader's saying, love your neighbor. Like, okay, you just got a walk. Why don't you give me a walk? But Phil is grinning and raising. Nader shows his cards and throws them away. And Phil shows some kind of good hand, I think. I didn't get a good look at it, but might have been ace. You're still, you know, and we can try to get to your tweets. And oh, that's why I haven't seen any new tweets come in. That interconnection went away again. The internet disconnected on me. I didn't notice. So maybe you guys have been tweeting like crazy and I just didn't know it. I hear the words 280. Looks like Nader has opened from the small blind into Matthew for 280. Don't like that number. Do not like that number of 280. Because Matthew, you know, still has like $1 million. So it's kind of like, you know, if Matthew shoves, if I'm bluffing, he's raising enough that I would have to fold, you know. And so it's like, why put in 280? Why not put in 180? And then if he shoves and you're going to fold, you lose 100 less. If he shoves and you're going to call, well, you win just as much. So I really don't see any value to making it 280. You know, and if you're worried about him, like, you know, shoving as a bluff himself, well, then just open shove, even though it's, you know, 15 blinds or whatever. And I would much rather open shove than make it 280 with absolutely any hand. And no matter what my cards are, I would rather make it a shove than 280. Because if I have a great hand where I want Matthew to shove, and, you know, because I want to be able to call with my aces or other premium hand, then I can make it 180 because he's even more likely to bluff. You know, if I make it 280, he might occasionally think, well, I think I can bluff you, but maybe not. Maybe 280 is too much, and you're going to feel pot stuck, and you won't fold. You know, but when you make it 180, and I can shove $1 million, now I really feel like I have a reasonable chance to get you to fold. So, you know, if you're going to induce a bluff from Matthew, the 180 works better than the 280. And if you're not going to call, then the 180 loses you less chips when you fold. And that's the kind of thing really that is one of the biggest differences that isn't necessarily obvious. You'll see some players who are, pretty good poker players. And certainly Nader is at least that. He's at least a pretty good poker player based upon what we've seen at the final table. But it's something like that kind of little mistake like that where, opening for 280 instead of, maybe like a 160 min raise, a 180 or 200, min raise plus a little bit more. But by making it 280 instead, he's made it tougher for Matthew to bluff. But he's also made it to where, if he's going to fold ever, he's losing more. And if he's going to call, then it doesn't matter that he made it 160 or 280 instead. In other words, if I'm intending to call the shove, the opening number is they're all the same. But if I'm not going to call, then I want that smaller number. So bet sizing in general is something where that really can distinguish like the world-class players from the very good players. Paying closer attention to stack sizes, which in tournament play is a big part of that bet sizing. And it's because of the stack size. And if Matthew had instead of 1 million chips, if Matthew had 1.6 to 2 million, now the 280 makes a lot more sense. Because if you make it 180, and now we're in Matthew's head, Matthew's thinking well, he made it 180. I don't want to just shove 2 million. That seems like too big of a number compared to 180. Whether I'm bluffing or not. But if I make it 280, if I'm Nader and I make it 280, and now looking at it from Matthew's point of view, he's like 280. Wow, that's worth taking, and that's not unreasonable for me to go from his 280 to my all-in for 2 million. So in other words, now the 280 is a good bet because of the stack size, because Matthew has 2 million or 1.8 or whatever, instead of having just 1 million in chips. So paying attention to stack sizes and bet sizing, both in accordance to the size of the pot and the size of the stack. Optimizing the size of your bets. You need to know what the stack sizes are, and then you need to use that information correctly. So the board is 7, 7, 10, deuce. And looks like rainbow. We have a three-way pot here. Adam, Chad, and Phil. Action is on Chad. Adam has just bet 300. So he has the 10-8, and he's been called by the ace-queen. So really, if you're going to get called, this is what you want. It's you don't expect anyone to ever call you with a worse hand, so of course you can't really hope for that. But you hope they either have an under pair or you have 2 live cards. So 10 of diamonds, 8 of clubs against ace-queen of hearts. And Matthew's going to manage to win here about a third of the time. He's going to get lucky roughly 30 to 35% of the time here. And, so it's not like this is a disaster. Well, now it is. And now that, Adam has flopped Broadway, so Matthew can't win unless he gets the runner-runner full house. It can come ace-queen for a chop, or it can come, runner-runner to make a full house. So pair the board, and nope, that's it. He cannot win now. And I don't mind the shove, though, even with that very mediocre hand. Oh, and he makes the 3 10s on the river. So if that 6 had been an 8, a 10, a jack, a king, we would have got there. But so Matthew, who won the huge 1 million chip pot that got us all into the money in the middle of day 2, has now been knocked out in 5th place. For 5th place, he's going to get paid $46,000. And everyone remaining is going to get at least $64,000. Slightly less than that, but $63,833. But almost $64,000 for everyone else at this table. So, the average family income throughout the United States is half that. So we're talking 2 years' income for the average family nationwide. And all 4 of these guys are going to make at least that much money right now, in the next few minutes or few. We'll get some estimated chip counts here. I'm going to guess Adam is Like I said, I really can't eyeball his stack too accurate from the short stacks instead of just knocking them all out. Because by stealing slowly, you're also kind of keeping Adam handcuffed, because Adam doesn't want to mess with Nader when he's got these two guys that each have 1/3 of his stack. So here we had the opening raise from Chad. And folds on the turn, all these baby cards, and like, was it 2246 or 2446? It was something like that. You know, and Nader's saying, whoo, baby, good fold and all that. But that's something he might be saying, you know, even if he had like, you know, 9-10, you know, for 10 high. So, I mean, you know, and I've done this too, where it's kind of like, oh, good fold, you know. It's like I was messing around pre-flop, but man, I got lucky on the flop. And people will often just believe you. And you want them, you know, if you bluff and they fold, you want them to feel good about it. That's why I don't want to show them the bluff. You know, most of the time when you bet in poker, you want the other guy to fold. There are many times, you know, where you're betting or raising and you think you have the best hand and you still want them to fold. You know, so if Chad, in this hand, for example, had opened for a raise under the gun because he looked down at a pretty good hand like ace-10, he would say, yeah, we're four-handed. I probably have the best hand, but I really just want these guys to all fold. So does that mean it's a bluff? Because that's kind of what's the definition of a bluff, when you're making a bet, when you're making a raise, and you want the opponent to fold. So it's not that you're bluffing per se, but it's very, very similar. And most of the time you make bets and raises in Hold'em, even if you're someone who almost never bluffs. Like, I know I have a horrible hand, but I'm going to bet or raise anyway. You still frequently are wanting everyone else to fold when you make those bets and raises. So I don't want to show a bluff. I want them to feel good when they fold, because most of the time when they fold, I'm glad they did. Oh, Queen 3 and Queen 6 on this. And those guys, they stuck to it. I mean, you know, this is a four-handed game. You flop second pair, that's pretty big. You know, I mean, that's, you know, even when you're early in a tournament, and even if you're at a table that's, you know, somewhat on the tight side, and you're not getting, you know, the big multi-way pots, you're not getting 4, 5, 6, 7 people all seeing a flop. You know, even if most hands are, you know, heads up, by the time the flop is put out, there's a huge difference between a 9, 10-handed game and a four-handed game. You know, when you have twice as many players, it's twice as likely that someone's dealt a pair. And, you know, twice as likely that the pair they're dealt is a big pair. So people are starting with much stronger hands on average than when the table gets short-handed. And so, you know, if you and I see a flop heads up and I get second pair, more often than not, that means I have the best hand right now, even at a full table. But now that we're four-handed, it's that much more likely that anytime I make a pair, that it's currently the best hand. So that doesn't mean you just go, you know, batshit crazy because you flopped a pair. But it does mean you should be a lot more hesitant about ever folding that hand, because there's such a good chance that you're folding the winner. So, but those guys both flop top pair, and they both just check to the end. And so they're both kind of living up. I mean, and it may be what Adam's goal was. He kept saying, like, I'm not going to play big pots again. I'm not going to play big pots against you. And what that says, you know, like if I'm in Nader's seat, I'm like, the flop came king, queen. I have a queen. It's probably the best hand, but, you know, if I bet it, it's almost like I'm bluffing. Because, you know, even after Adam checked the flop, it's like he could still have a king, and he just doesn't want to play a big pot against me. So maybe I should just check this hand down and hope it's good, rather than bet it where Adam's going to always fold when I have the best hand, and you know, but he's not necessarily going to fold, you know, when he has the best hand. In other words, I can't necessarily bluff him off of a better hand here than second pair, but, you know, if I bet and he folds, it's like, well, he was behind anyways, so it's not like I got him to lay down the best hand. And it's not like you can have that many outs either. I mean, there's already a king. So the only out I could usually be giving him is the ace, which did hit the turn in this case. But still, you know, you're a lot less concerned about giving a free card if there really can't be that many cards that your opponent could catch that he's going to beat you with. So James is saying 4 more minutes. I'm not sure if that's just to the next level or the next break. Oh, there we go. James says short break after this. Folded to Chad on the button, who says I'm all in for like $1.5 million, which is pretty close to 20 blinds. He's good. So it's just under 1.5 million, and so it is just under. It's like 19 big blinds, 18 and a half big blinds. So it's a big shove. Chad's a tight player, and there's really, I don't think there's. Some players you could call here and they might turn over 7 high or something like that, but there's just really no chance that that's the case for Chad. I don't think he's ever going to turn over, 7-6 suited or anything like that. And actually, Chad has actually a much worse hand than I thought he would have. He has Queen 10 offsuit, and he's again called by the pocket fours. But I don't mind Chad's shove at all. He's got 18 blinds though. I would kind of rather wait for the spot, a couple of hands later when like Nader opens for a raise, and then I can shove. Ace 3-5. No help for the Queen 10. He needs a queen or a 10. A king or a jack would be an interesting turn card because it would give a gut shot straight draw to Chad also. A deuce or a 4, and the hand is basically over. And the queen comes. Now that's a huge, because I'm pretty surprised Chad only had Queen 10. So I think he hit the bottom of the range there. And, frequently would have been up against an overpair, and he was never going to be, he was never going to see like ace deuce, I don't think. Since Chad shoved Queen 10, I guess he would shove ace deuce. But, it's just so hard for Nader to run into a spot where he's other than a tiny favorite. Another small pot between Nader and Adam. Nader limped, and they both just check, 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 and Adam says ace high, I think. And Adam is living up to his word. Like, I'm just not going to play a big pot against you. And, that's a good thought. It's possible he's taking it a little too far here. He might. He's going to have, if nothing else, he's going to have to play a big pot against him sometime.
All right, folks, with that final hand of the level, we're going to go ahead and take a short break. 15 minutes, but don't go too far from your computer because we've seen some awesome poker action today. And one of these lucky 4 will be our champion and go home with just under $227,000. It's James Larson and Greg Raymer reporting right here at HPTPoker.com.
Hello, everybody. It's Sean.
Welcome back to HPTpoker.com. It's James Larson down here on the felt. Only 4 players remain. One of these 4 will be our new HPT champion, and not only go home as our new champion, but richer by $227,000. So with that,
1,000 chips each. So you're talking, you know, we have something like 27 million chips in play. And so that means there's 270 blinds on the table, which, you know, is almost 70 blinds per player for the average stack. But of course, you know, we're not all average stacks here at the table anymore. Nader is still the significant chip leader, and Adam is second place. We're four-handed. People tend to get more aggressive. You are a lot more likely to get raised by somebody, and now you're either going to have to fold or you're going to have to spend way too much to see a flop. And the chip counts are a little bit different than I had guessed. So Nader is still the chip leader, but he's down from his peak, and he has about 8.5 million chips here at the beginning, first hand after the break. And Adam still is in second. He's at 4.5, which is a little less than I thought. And Phil is actually in third. He has 3.4 million. So I made some kind of mistake there. He won a pot I forgot to account for or something. And then Chad is in fourth with 3 million. And then Phil just won that small pot, so he's up a little bit from that. And Nader is winning this small pot, so he's up a little bit. But, you know, we have a moderately even spread. It's not uncommon in a spot like this, you know, down to 4, that, you know, one player might have an even bigger chip lead than Nader has. But it always makes a big, big difference in the dynamics of play. You know, exactly what, you know, if everyone's like practically the same stack size, well, then everyone's in that balancing rope act of, you know, I want to accumulate chips, but I also want to survive. I don't want to go broke before one of these other guys does. And certainly, you know, one of them can go broke before me. You know, when you get the chip leader thing going on, you know, now a big part of the equation is, you know, just how aggro is this guy going to be as the chip leader. And, of course, in many cases, the bigger his lead, the more aggressive he's going to become. Partially because he should, and partially because, you know, he's probably been winning so many pots that he's starting to feel invincible. So Nader has called, is folded to the blinds. Phil has opened for a raise. Nader is called, and they both check the flop of King 10-7, all hearts. So now really for Phil, that's a really good flop for him to just c-bet, because it's kind of like, man, if you don't have a king, if you don't have a big heart, what are you really going to call with when I make this c-bet on the flop? Queen of hearts comes, so now there's the pair of queens on the board and 4 hearts, and Phil is checked. Nader is looking back at his cards and checks. Nine of hearts and a 7. So he flopped bottom pair with the 9 of hearts. Now, so now that would actually be one of the few hands that checking is a little more reasonable. If you bet, you know, whatever amount you bet, when your opponent raises, they tend to raise something like, you know, 2.5, 3 times the amount you bet. And here Phil has flopped bottom pair of 7s on this King 10-7, but he also has the 9 of hearts, which, you know, it's not a big heart, but, you know, it's a heart and it's not a small one. So in other words, he's basically playing pot control by checking the flop. He is like, I probably have the best hand, you know, but you know, if Nader has a big heart, he's not going to fold anyways. If Nader has a king, he's not going to fold. If he has a 10 without a heart, maybe he folds. You know, that's pretty iffy. But, you know, we haven't really seen a lot of bluffing with air is the thing. And so it's not like, you know, no one has been caught yet that I'm aware, that I can recall, where they were betting, raising, and then they had just absolutely nothing, no hand, no draw. So it's not surprising that Nader is checking behind with, you know, his bad hands and his medium hands on that flop. So, that's not so bad. And what I said before, I didn't mean that Phil should have always c-bet. But, that's a better than average flop to put in the c-bet. Because imagine if, it's King 10-7 all hearts. Imagine Phil, has a good hand like Ace-Jack, but no hearts. He would really love to get Nader to fold. And he can get Nader to fold the best hand there in many cases. So if Nader has something like, he defended with Ace-5, including the 5 of hearts, does he really want to call a bet with, Ace-5? It's yeah, I have Ace-High. There's a small chance that's good. If an ace comes, it might be good. If a heart comes, my 5 of hearts might be the winning flush. But it's not a hand I'm going to be excited about calling with. It's a hand that's too strong to bluff with, but too weak to call with. So it's kind of both things at once. And it's just a really awkward spot. And he also might just fold something like if he called with 6-7, but he doesn't have a heart. It's I got bottom pair, but I'm going to fold my bottom pair because you might have a king, you might have a 10, you might have a made flush already. Things like that. And even if I have the best hand right now, you probably have overcards that you can hit, and a good chance you have a heart that will, so you might have 9 hearts to beat me and 3 aces to beat me and 3 jacks to beat me. And do I really want to call you down here with just bottom pair? So you can get him to fold the best hand a significant portion of the time with that c-bet. So then the next question is well, but what if I have a really good hand? What if I flop the nuts? I don't want him to fold bottom pair. But then it's a question of if you're going to only check when you have a huge hand, then that's going to become obvious to your opponent eventually. That, his c-bet means he wants me to fold, and when he has a hand where he doesn't want me to fold, he checks. So it's kind of you're mixing it up, so to speak, by doing the same thing. If you just c-bet every time on a flop like that, your opponent can't tell if you flop the nuts or if you have nothing. So Adam's reaching for lots of chips. He's going to 975,000. So Adam had raised. Phil had 3-bet from the big blind, and now Adam has 4-bet to basically $1 million. And Phil has less than 4 million chips. So he has enough chips, certainly, that if he shoves all in and Adam is bluffing, Adam's going to have to fold. But if Adam has a legitimate hand, then you really can't expect him to fold anything. Like if Adam has jacks, a good hand but not awesome. And Adam folds pretty quick, so Adam must have been posturing. Doesn't seem possible that anything else is going on other than Adam posturing. I don't think Adam had a legitimate 4-betting hand, so to speak. That he had ace queen suited and pocket tens, or better. And he, just immediately knew that he was beat and folded that quick. It could be, but that's very few players that are going to be capable of that. Kind of like I 4-bet my tens for value, but when you 5-bet all in, I knew you had an overpair, so I was able to just instantly fold. There's not many players that are going to do that. Even if they 4-bet and fold with a good hand, they don't usually do it instantly. Nader gets a walk with his ace-3, which I think was the hand he showed before where he said, it's one of my favorite hands, ace-3. So Phil is now the button. Adam is the big. And Adam lost that hand. Now it's basically, I think Phil must be in second place, actually. I mean, he must have 5 million. Adam will be down to 3.5. And Chad will have a little under 3. So Adam is in a clear third, and Phil is in a clear second, with Nader up there at like 9 million. Phil opens for a raise for 250, and Nader is drawing deeper than that. Looks like 600. Yeah, now that Phil has more chips, I'm not surprised to see him getting a lot more active, and Phil immediately folds when it's back to him. So that means, again, he was bluffing, so to speak. He had the suited connectors or just total junk. You know, something, I mean, there's no way he had anything too strong. He's going to, again, want to fold that quick. Personally, I'm going to take 5-10 seconds before I fold, almost no matter what. Just because even if I actually had a perfectly legitimate raising hand, and I know it's correct to fold, it's kind of like when you fold like that instantly, people just assume you had absolute junk. Like, oh, you had the 7-deuce quality of hand. You had something of that sort. And I don't want them to think that I would ever open raise with something that junky. So I'll kind of posture, so to speak, but only for like 5 seconds. You know, something like that. I'm not going to sit there and tank for a minute, you know, to try to make it look good and save face. I'm gonna fold a little quicker than that. Yeah, I lost my internet again. This sucks. Now it keeps disconnecting. Pretty annoying. Would love to hear your tweets and stuff. We can talk strategy. We can talk Peruvian restaurants in Denver. But be happy to hear about any. I don't know of any. Someplace I can get some good out of. Adam's getting a little bit of a price here, but you know, definitely less than 2-1 on the call. So, I mean, the simple thing, you do the math, like if you're getting exactly 2-1 pot odds to call the all-in, you need to think you're going to win over a third of the time, doing just like simple chip count math to think you should correctly call. At a deep stage of the tournament like this, when you're in the money, if the chip count math says 33% to call, then you probably want to have quite a bit more equity. You probably want to think that you're going to win this pot at least 40% or close to it. I think it's 1.8 million more. So that means it was like 2.2 million, you know, plus the 4, plus the, you know, the 300 of blinds and antes and naders call. You know, so it's like 1.8 more to win 3. So less than 2-1. You know, so basic math, he needed something like, you know, under 40, but like 37% chance of winning for the chip count math. But then once you start doing the ICM math, the tournament math, you know, now it becomes a situation where he probably needed to think he needed 45% equity. And since Chad's been so tight, you're going to have a pretty good hand before you think you have 45% equity against his range when he 3-bet shoves. Well, I've learned today I'm going to be doing some stuff for the Poker Players Alliance. I'm going to be back in D.C. again, which I was just there right before I came to Denver for a charity poker event for the Congressional Award. But now I'm going to go back on Thursday night and Friday, and I'm going to be at LPAC 2014, the Liberty Political Action Conference, which is sponsored by the Campaign for Liberty. We'll be there, and we're going to be doing an event on Friday afternoon where I'll be speaking and discussing, you know, some of the libertarian things related to poker, specifically, you know, how online poker should be legal and, you know, non-rake home games should be legal, stuff like that. So I will tweet out some stuff later with links and stuff for anyone who is interested in that. If you're in or near DC and care to attend, of course, you'd be welcome, I'm sure. And I've actually just retweeted just the PPA thing about the event. But I will also be part of that, and I'll send more details on that when I get them nailed down later. Adam immediately says all in. And look at Chad. Now, so obviously Chad doesn't have like aces or kings. We don't need to count. He's asked for a count, but it's like he's got you covered easily. He's got more whites. He's got more teals. So I'm, 99% sure Chad was not bluffing or making any kind of move with a marginal hand. So he's got something good, nines, tens, jacks, ace, queen, where he's just, he's not sure. He is not sure if it's, if he has the best hand. And, he doesn't want to call if he's behind. He doesn't want to. He might even, if he thought he was in a flip, he might choose not to call. Adam doesn't look happy. Well, let's see.
All right, here's the tail of the tape, ladies and gentlemen. We start with Adam.
And Adam was making a move. Adam has jack 8 of diamonds. And he got called by the ace queen of spades. Adam was making the move, but he's in good shape. Chad had 20,000 chips, and now he's doubled up to 40. But maybe I'm sitting over there at the same table, and I've already gotten up to 80, 90, 100. As I'm watching this hand take place, I'm going to be thinking, like, man, Chad had that much trouble, calling with ace-queen. That might incentivize me to try to run him over in a few spots here and there. And I got a note from our man of all trades, our jack of all trades, Michael Reed, saying that Adam now has 730,000 chips. So that's 7 blinds, which means Adam is going to be all in or fold, basically. Not hardly ever any other reasonable options. And what certainly looks like, at least 5, if not 6 million or more for Chad. So I'm pretty sure that's going to put Chad up in a solid second, Phil in third, but Nader's still in first. Adam does have the button, though, so, he could shove this hand, he could shove the next, and he could still take the blinds. If he goes through the blinds, he's going to be down to like 5.5 big blinds at that point. But that's still enough. If you shove 5 big blinds and it folds to the player who is the big blind of that hand, he has to call 4 more to win like 7. So it's not that he's going to, if he's playing optimally, he's not going to be like super tight, and be folding 90% of the time. But he still is going to be folding, over half the time, certainly, at that price. As long as he thinks that you actually, are going to have something. If he thinks you're going to have a quite reasonable hand, he has to still fold reasonably often. So you can afford to go through the blinds at this point.
They were the blind. Yeah, that's right.
We're just making sure the button's in the right place before we deal a hand. So Adam could fold his way through the blinds, but it's not really recommended. If he gets something. He can shove with much weaker hands rather than go through the blinds, to be honest. All right, so Nader seems to have settled in, but he's not been getting involved much lately. So he might be taking the tact of, like, I'm just going to let these guys beat on each other for a while and, get down to 2 or 3 of us total before I do anything. And Chad gives the walk. He's still shaking his head. He's, oh, thank God, I can't believe it. And I know the feeling. If I was him with the ace-queen and I see the jack 8, Like if I see my opponent turns his hand over, I see the jack, I'm like, first thing I'm thinking is like, cha-ching, he has ace jack. You know, or maybe it's like, oh, he has jacks, but that's okay, I have 2 overs. And then I see the jack 8. Somehow that feels worse. Like, oh man, he's got 2 live cards. Emotionally, it can feel like, you know, oh man, I know he's going to get there. That's the kind of hand. That's always the bad beat stories you hear. Is, you know, the guy 4-bet shoved with jack high and then cracked my ace queen. So folded to the blinds. Phil has looked at his cards and called. And just given the way Phil did that, it just feels like he has a hand where he didn't want to raise, but he feels like obligated to play it. You know, like, oh, I look down at 10-8 offsuit. You know, that's not a horrible hand, really. You know, for the 2 of us heads up. Nader shows ace 9, ace 10 that he raised with in his option. And he put in what looked like a big raise. I think he dropped 300,000 more out there, you know, like a pot-sized raise, which, again, it's a bet sizing thing. He didn't need to do that. If Phil was going to fold for 300, he was probably going to fold just as often for 250 or 200. So, you know, it's one of those things like you just don't need to risk, you know. I mean, that's one of my goals is like, what amount can I bet or raise in a given situation? What's the smallest amount that will get the job done? And once I kind of figure that out for the table, for the situation, then I try to stick to that exact number every time so that people don't pick up any tells based upon the number. So I might mix it up a little bit at one point, but then once I find the number that I think is optimal, I try to just do that. And he gets a walk. He has 7. You can look on his face like, wow, I did not expect that. But I don't, you know, blame Nader at all. I mean, he showed a really bad hand. I couldn't make it out exactly, but it looked like, you know, 2 completely, you know, unrelated junk cards, like a 7-3 kind of a thing. And it's like, you know, do I really want to double this guy up to where he has a dangerous amount? You know, I don't want to, you know, if I double him up and now he has 15 blinds, now he's, you know, got room to like 3-bet all in, stuff like that. He's got room to maneuver. I don't want to give him that. So it's not like you should just automatically, I'm the chip leader, he's a short stack. So 9X, and yeah, Nader doesn't, again, he doesn't want to call with anything like, you know, he's got to throw away the bottom 50% at least. You know, better to give him 1 set of blinds and antes than to I mean, the interesting question, though, would be if, like on that earlier hand, when Adam had posted his big blind, and he only had like 7 blinds, how many hands would he have folded if Nader had put them all in? You know, I'm very torn and uncertain as to what that number might be, because it's like, is he tilted because of that huge pot where he doubled up Chad, and is he just going to call no matter what? Because then, if you're Nader, you don't want to be shoving those, you know, 8 high and worse hands. And is that a walk for Nader? I believe it is. And it is another walk for him. So now Adam's back in the big blind. But now, you know, he's posting 100,000 and he's got, you know, over 900,000 behind. He's got, you know, something like 11 big blinds in his stack total. But it's certainly a spot now where he's not anywhere near as desperate as when he only had 7. And if I'm Nader, if it folds to me, now I am going to be inclined to possibly raise with just any 2 cards. Because now I feel like Adam is going to throw quite a few hands away. You know, he's not going to just look down and see, oh, I got 10 high, I call. In February, I think it was, for this HPT Golden Gates, I min-cashed and got ahead of Craig by like $500 or $1,000 on the all-time money list. And then I've had another cash since then, I think. And then Craig had, again, gotten some cashes and had taken the lead again. Lifetime earnings of like $395,000 on the HPT. And by min-cashing, I again like jumped ahead of him by like 1,000 or something on the all-time list. And the thing, of course, that makes it kind of sick is that on both occasions I have min-cashed and lost money. So it's like if you min cash and it's about 2 buy-ins that they're paying you, but if you've spent 3 buy-ins, 4 buy-ins, because you re-entered the tournament a few times, so it's like again this trip again I've lost money in this tournament even though I cashed. So it almost doesn't seem fair that I could like move up on the all-time money list, cashing for like 3,600 when I paid 8,000 in buy-ins. But I guess I did move ahead of him by another 1,000, give or take. I'd much rather have won this tournament and moved ahead of him by, over 200,000. That'd have been a lot more fun. Adam again is all in. And he's kind of breathing and a slight little grin, and I'm sure he has a hand that's perfectly reasonable to do this, but you certainly don't get the impression like this isn't aces or kings or anything. This is a relatively marginal hand for the spot, like a weak ace, or a king 9, a baby pair. So I'm sure he has a hand that I would agree that he should have shoved with it, but it feels like it would be a hand towards the bottom of that range of ones that I would say, yeah, that's definitely, you got to shove there. And Nader kind of acted like he was going to fold out a turn, and I'm pretty sure that wasn't an act, but Phil is in the tank, because this is like 1 million chips or more. So this is not, an oh well, I can afford 1 million, no big whoop. Phil's got a pretty decent stack right now, but losing 1 million to Adam is definitely going to be painful. I mean, with the ICM and all that kind of stuff, I would say Phil needs to think that he is the favorite, that on average he's going to win over half the money. Pocket 9, so better than I thought he had, to be honest. But still a hand where I think he's probably pretty happy that Phil folded. Because Phil could have easily been like, I'm tanking, I don't know what to do with ace 10. I don't know what to do with king queen. Do I want to call 10, 11x with one of those? He certainly had hands where he could have folded 2 overs. And Adam doesn't really want to. He'd rather, if I'm Adam, I would rather win the blinds and antes than get called by 2 overcards. Even mathematically, it's like way better because if everyone folds, he wins like 2 blinds worth of chips. If he gets called and he's this like 53-47 favorite, 55-45 favorite, now he's in a pot with like 23 blinds. He starts with 11, so like there's 11 plus 11 plus the other dead money, so there's like 23 blinds out there. And he's going to win a little over half the time. So he's going to win like, 12 to 13 out of the 23, but he started with 11. And if everyone folds, he wins like, in other words, so he makes more money when they fold, and he has no risk of going broke. So it's like way better for them to fold than for him to like be the small favorite in a flip. Not sure. I wasn't paying enough attention. I don't know if this was a limped pot, but Adam is now all in on this flop of ace queen 10. I think this might have been Phil open limping the button. Adam gets called. I think Adam has a queen. This is ace queen 10 with 2 hearts. I think Adam probably has a queen. Well, he says I have outs. So he has the heart draw and the gut shot straight. So that too. And he's called by king 10 and he has king 7. So he can't win by pairing the king because that will make 2 pair. And the straight's only good for a chop. But it is, he needs a heart to win. He needs a jack to chop, or 7-7 to win. But the heart is primarily how it's going to go well for Adam. But there's also other chop cards that could come as well. Like a king would be a good card because then if an ace or a queen also came, they would chop. It's the ace of hearts. So he makes the nut flush. But now we have 4 outs for Nader to redraw. So Adam is drawn out, but an ace or a 10 on the river, and he'll get redrawn on and lose. And it is another 10 for 10's full. Wow. So, I mean, that's not like that's really lucky for Nader per se, because when all the money went in on the flop, Nader was, the 2-1 favorite. He was going to win. He had 65% equity in this pot, and Adam only had 35%. So it's not like, this is so unlucky, a 4-outer. Because you really got to start, if you're going to talk about like getting lucky or unlucky, you start like, when did the chips go in? So, I mean, if you have aces and I have deuces, and you limp in and I check my big blind, and then I flop a set of deuces, and now all the rest of the money goes in. The guy with aces who loses should not be saying, how unlucky was I? You had deuces, you had 2 outs, you cracked my aces. It's like, well, no. You put in 1 big blind when you were ahead, and you put in 100 big blinds when you were behind. You weren't unlucky at all. But Adam is out, and we're going to hear the conversation between him and James.
Joined by Adam down here, and the river has been a little crazy. And again, a 10 hits. You make the nut flush there on the turn, but he boats out on you. How are you feeling right now?
Well, it's poker, I've been card dead entire day today. It's hard to play a final table when you're card dead, but finishing 4 with the cards I had, I'm pretty happy. So.
And Adam, not for nothing, just under 64,000. What are your plans for the cash?
No idea. I'll probably reinvest it and play more.
And the reason you played this HPT event, the last one and this one, is you wanted your kids to watch you on. Started. Let's get the cards back in the air. Nader is out having a menthol. He'll be right back. Sorry, okay. Nader was not here.
Get my hand?
No hand. You were not here in time. So first to act here.
Well, we'll just.
Okay, first to act is Phil, right? No, it's not Phil. It's Phil. He raises the 250 in a fold. That's all that happened there, guys. A raise, 250 in a fold. Now Nader's back.
Just need to take a couple of them tens. Yeah, man. I'm not folding any tens.
That's my line before. Yeah, it's your.
Okay, folks, we'll start. Start with Nader. Nader's going to raise it to 425,000. Nader raises to 425. Now over to Chad. He's going to make the call, and Phil gets out of the way. So we have 2 players, Nader and Chad. The raise was the 425 by Nader, a call by Chad, and a fold by Phil. Jess, let's go ahead and see the clock. Deuce 8-9, all diamonds. Deuce 8-9. Action will start with Chad.
Hello? Yes, I think we're back now. I'm sorry. Might have had a dead mic there for a while, guys. Welcome back to the live stream. We're down to 3. We had a dramatic hand where Nader got it in as the about 2-1 favorite against Adam. Adam hit his flush on the turn, but puts 2 pair there for Nader, and then Nader hits the 4-outer full house on the river to eliminate Adam in 4th place, and he wins almost $64,000, which is a heck of a trip. Sure that that's a huge multiple ROI for him on what he spent on buy-ins and expenses. And Nader bets this flop, all diamonds, gets everyone to fold and shows the ace of diamonds. But I'm not sure what the new chip counts are exactly. I'll try to estimate them for you, but it's like I'm not sure how many, like if he has multiple stacks of white there for Nader, but I mean he should have well over 10, and looks like 4 million or more. Again, I can't tell like exactly how many stacks that is, but oh, I'm getting some new counts. Thanks. So it is like 4.5 million. Now that we at the start of 300 play, we had 4.5 million approximately for Chad, 3.8 million. Excuse me, it's 4.5 million for Phil, 3.8 million for Chad, and 11.2 million for Nader. I think I misspoke earlier. I said something about 27 million, and there's a big math there. It's, you know, like a little under 20 million total in play. So Nader has over half the chips, and his opponents are effectively tied with each other. I mean, they're close enough that if you know, like if they get it all in against each other, the loser is going to be severely crippled. So this puts Nader in a great spot where he can just, I mean, what you almost want to do here is just like go back and forth, like, you know, take a few chips off one, take a few chips off the other, and you just, you know, keep trying to steal one or two blinds off of each player, back and forth, back and forth. And again, like, do they want to take the risk going broke? Because if I just fold, you know, if I'm Phil, if I'm Chad, it's like, well, if I just fold, maybe maybe Phil, maybe Chad, maybe he'll go broke first. Maybe he'll take a stand against Nader, and Nader can knock him out. And then I can get that second place money. You know, which right now, next guy out gets almost $92,000, which is fantastic. But if he can just sit back and let someone else get knocked out, he gets over $140,000. So he's making, you know, $48,000 by just folding potentially. You know, if the other guy will get knocked out for him. But you don't want to blind, get blinded down, and then see the other guy double up. And now it's like, oh great, he and Nader both, you know, are about tied, and they both have way more than me. No, that's no good. So, you know, you have to decide when is it appropriate to risk your stack, and when should you just sit back and, you know, wait for what's probably the best hand. So we had a raise and a call. Phil raised the button. Nader called the small. It's ace king 4 rainbow. Nader is checked. Phil is checked. Again, that's a flop where you really, like if Phil c-bets, he expects Nader to have to fold most all the time. So if Phil's ever going to check here because, oh, I don't like that flop, I don't have ace, I don't have a king, then he also needs to check that flop when he hits it huge to mix things up. And 5 of hearts puts 2 hearts on the board. Now Phil bets one check two and bets, I can't tell, 250, 350. I think 350, but I'm not sure. It's 250 or 350. 2 of clubs, and now normally you would be thinking, like at a full table, you know, I raised, my opponent called. What are the chances he has a 3? Yeah, they could have just hit that runner wheel. But, you know, an opponent at a full table would often fold a hand like ace 3, you know, or king 3 or any of that. But now, you know, 3-handed, you know, I don't want to fold ace 3. You raise your button, I don't want to fold my ace, no matter what the kicker is. So, you know, it's perfectly possible. Like if I'm Phil and I have ace-king for top 2 pair, now that Nader has just bet into me here, what looks like 1.3 million, I mean, I'm certainly not thinking about raising ace-king at this point. I expect that Nader should have a 3, or he should have a bluff. And he really shouldn't have much else. You know, he could be bluffing with some kind of air ball, but that doesn't seem too likely. I mean, maybe he called your turn bet because he picked up that heart flush draw. And now the deuce just looks like such a good scare card that he's deciding to bluff it, even though he has something like 9-10 of hearts. But, I mean, look at Nader. He's just like, I mean, it's like the classic stereotype of before the poker boom, and when people were really bad at no limit hold'em, that they would act like that when they had the nuts. (6-3). Well, now that is a little unusual. 6-3. Now he did pick up open-ended on the turn, and now some people are going to say that's why, that's why Phil should have c-bet the flop. I mean, if Phil called that river bet, he had to have a hand where he beats all bluffs. He had to have at least a king for a pair of kings, bare minimum, to call that, really. I mean, he could hero call with like a pair of fives or something like that as well, but he probably had the ace, and he was like just slow playing and trapping the flop. And some people would say like, well, see, that's why you shouldn't, you let him pick up the draw, and then he got there and beat you for the big pot. I'm like, but the truth is, the slow play was only a mistake if Nader was only going to bet if he made the hand. And then even when he picked up the straight draw on the turn, you still got him to call a bet where he was basically, a 4-1 underdog. He was only going to make the straight that like 20-odd% of the time, and you got more money out of him every time he missed. So, and Phil's saying he had an ace, and Chad has just shoved all in. And everyone folds. Chad takes it down. So checking the flop wasn't a mistake for that reason. I think the main reason it was a mistake is that, he says he had an ace. You bet the flop, maybe you get called by a king. And then maybe you win more chips, because when you check the flop and then bet the turn, it's like, okay, you're either bluffing or you have a really big hand. You're never in between. But when you c-bet the flop, and I tend to c-bet the flop pretty much 100%, it gives the opponent no information about my hand at all. In other words, if I was going to raise pre-flop on the button with hands like 9-10 suited, which I would, but then I still have 9-10 suited when it comes ace-king, was it ace-king 4, whatever, ace-king deuce, I forget now, but it comes ace-king 4, I still bet my 9-10 because I want you to fold. But if I only bet, things like 9-10, but I check when I have an ace or a king in my hand for that top pair, second pair, after a little while, it's going to become obvious to you what's going on, and you're going to take advantage of me. So my default strategy, my basic strategy, is just to c-bet 100% against one opponent. And if I don't c-bet, there's going to be a very, very specific reason. So in any event, Nader opens for a raise from the small blind. Chad quickly folds. Nader shows, I see 2 paint cards, I can't tell what. King, queen, offsuit. So, yep. Okay to show that hand. You're saying like, yep, see, I'm raising, but I have a legitimate hand. Yeah, it's not, aces, but, you expect me to raise with king, queen. Whereas if he had showed, 10-7, then it would have been like, haha, you should have re-raised. Even if 10-high was the best hand, you should have re-raised, because obviously I would have folded. But Nader now seriously extending his lead, and it's like, yep, Chad doesn't raise very often, so you let him get away with it. You don't mess around with anything that you think is marginal when you tight player raises, because there's like no need. If the guy is raising very rarely, and three-handed, if he's raising 20% of the time, that's pretty, he should be raising a lot more than that. Now, when it's at a full table and someone's raising 20% of the time, that's relatively active. And you would assume that some of those hands are not all that great. But when they're raising 20% of the time at a three-handed table, even though it's still 20%, a top 20% hand, so to speak, he's not doing it very often, for the situation. So when he does it, just let him get away with it. Nader opens for a raise from the small blind, wins, and shows an ace again. So, he's got a huge chip lead. He's got a situation where he's really able to just run these guys over to an extent. Like Phil is kind of handcuffed in this spot. He's going to just have to go for broke because he can't expect Chad to, like, you know, do something silly and put it in bad. I mean, if Chad gets knocked out now in third, you know, before these stack sizes have really changed any, you know, gets knocked out by Nader, it's going to probably have to be a cold deck. It's probably not going to be Chad making a move that failed. And so if you're Phil, you're like, well, what are the chances that, you know, he's going to get cold decked? So this is a good spot for Phil to just shove no matter what. You know, he could call here unless he, again, feels really sure that he's ahead. So you've got this spot where you're thinking he might fold more than he ought to, but you're also thinking that his range of starting hands is much smaller and stronger than most people. Like if Phil cloned himself and it was him raising on the button, then he would say, oh yeah, then in the small blind I can shove all kinds of hands because me on the button is raising with so many different hands, and I'm going to have to fold most of them on the button. You know, but Chad's starting range is much tighter. So, you know, if I was in Chad's spot on the button, I might have opened for a raise, you know, 40, 50% of the time. And then I would have to fold to this shove by Phil 3 out of 4 times that he did it, or something like that. So, you know, but I think instead of Chad starting with the top 40, 50% of hands, he's probably more of a, you know, he's starting from top 20 or even tighter than that maybe. He says he's going to fold. And Phil says he's disappointed, but he's grinning a lot. It was $1 million more than he was getting, like 3-2. So, again, cash game, chip count math. He needs to think he's going to win 40% of the time. But given the spot we're in this tournament, he probably needs to be thinking more than 45% and maybe even a little more than that to correctly call. Now, one thing I definitely don't do if I'm Chad and I choose to fold there and I have a pretty good hand, I definitely don't show it. Like, I'm not going to show a pair of 10s and throw them away. I'm not going to show, you know, ace jack and throw it away. Because then I don't want Phil thinking like, oh, heck, I can make the guy fold a hand that good? I mean, I'm just going to raise every time. I'm going to run him over. So I don't want to motivate him by showing that I can make the big laydown. Because the truth is, even if he's right, like let's say he makes an even bigger laydown. He throws away the ace-queen this time. And Phil is sitting there going, oh, my God, I can't believe it. I had ace-king. How could you get away from ace-queen there? You're supposed to pay me off, and I'm supposed to be a 3-1 favorite to double up. But rather than that, like, making him think, wow, I'm so impressed. You read me so good. How did you know? Given the situation, he's going to say, my God, this guy is so tight. I don't need to wait for ace-king. I mean, if he's going to throw away ace-queen, I can just shove every single time we're in a spot like this. And Nader's got so many chips now, you can't even keep them organized. And he folds his button. And Chad gives a walk. And Phil shows an ace. So in hindsight, a great fold in the small blind. But again, if Chad had shoved and had a really weak hand, I wouldn't have considered that to be a mistake at all. I guess this is the last hand of the level. So we have another level, and then I think like a dinner break, and we'll see what happens. I mean, like if we get down to heads up before the dinner break and the players agree, maybe we're going to try to just play it through and see if we can, you know, have dinner when it's done. Because certainly if I'm one of the players, I'm going to prefer it that way. Because like I don't want to go on a 45-minute dinner break where I just have to like go to the, you know, to the deli or whatever, someplace that I can eat at quickly. So I'm back in time. I'd rather like, let's play it out, and I'm either going to finish first or second. And then I'm going to enjoy like a nice, casual, slow, relaxed dinner wherever I choose to go. You know, whether there's a steakhouse or something else in town that I like. But I'm going to be able to take my time, enjoy a meal with my friends, my family, whoever's here with me. Personally, I think it's one of my worst bad beats is when I like go on one of those 30, 45-minute dinner breaks, have to like wolf down a cheeseburger someplace, you know, because I don't have time to do anything else. And then I get knocked out of the tournament like just one, two, you know, a few hands after that dinner break. And then I'm just like, oh man, why couldn't this have happened before the dinner break? And then I could have like gone to the restaurant I really like. You know, instead of having to eat quick at the fast food type place at the casino, I could have gone off site to the place that has the South American food or the Jamaican food or the Korean food or something that's really good. Shows A6, and it did change, and Phil shows 6-5. Well, that's funny. The 6 that never changes anything hit both players, so that's pretty funny. But man, again, it's like, why isn't Phil c-betting? I mean, you got 5-6, you know, the flop comes 10-8-4. I mean, you actually have like a gut shot straight draw as well. It's like if something disastrous happens and you get it all in, you still have some outs. But it's not like you have to get it all in either. But if he just c-bets that flop, I think there's a chance Nader folds. And if he had c-bet the turn, you know, it's becoming a more popular play, what they call the delayed c-bet. You know, like you check the flop, and you check it frequently whether you've hit or missed, but then you bet the turn every time that the opponent checks to you. And that's becoming more popular. But if Phil had bet the flop or the turn, I feel like he would have won that hand. And that's where you've got to like use your position, and you've got to use the fact that you have the lead. You've taken the lead in the hand. You were the last aggressor. So Chad limps, Phil immediately shoves, and Chad calls without too much hesitation. And it is pocket kings for Chad. So yeah, and of course he should be calling. But it's not a horror story for Phil. He does have an ace. Ace of hearts, 8 of diamonds against king of diamonds, king of spades. And that means that Phil is going to win this pot, approximately 30% of the time. So, the fact that he got trapped, so to speak, and called by a very top hand, of super premium hand, he still has 30% equity. And here comes an 8, but a king. And that's almost the nail in the coffin. He needs to hit runner. He has to catch ace-ace or ace-8. Oh, no, ace-8's no good because that's eight's full. So he needs to catch ace-ace or queen-10 to make a straight. So it has to come queen-10, 10-queen, or ace-ace. And if this card isn't an ace, queen, or 10, then that's it, and Phil is out. Cannot win on the river no matter what, but that's still a fantastic performance. And third prize, $91,867. So call it $92,000 for Phil, which is a fantastic performance. And Chad and Nader are going to play heads up, and the loser is going to get paid $140,000. So, that's the bad news, guys. If you lose moving forward, you're going to have to wipe your tears with $1,400 $100 bills. And they're taking a little break here before they get to heads up. We're going to do a little interview with Phil as well. And then they're going to come back, and they're going to either get $140,000 or $226,000. So they're going to play for $86,000, the difference.
All right, thanks, guys. Another elimination here at our nationally televised HPT final table. I'm joined with Phil. Phil, you had a smile on your face the entire day. You looked like you had a lot of fun. You're going out in third, but you got to be very happy.
Yeah, I am. I played poorly at the end, I felt, but it was fun.
Now you go home with just under 92,000. What are your plans for the cash?
I don't know, poker bankroll and give the wife a little bit.
I like the way you think. Give the wife the money first and then pad the poker bankroll. Now, before I let you go, we'll take you over to the cage, but give me a prediction. Who wins this heads-up battle behind us?
Yeah, you got to go with Nader. He's got all the chips. It'd be tough. But he plays well, too, so it should be a good match.
All right. A pleasure having you, Phil. Shake my hand. It was fun having you at this final table. Going out in third place is Phil with just under 92,000. We'll have heads-up action right after this quick commercial break. You're watching the HPT. I'm so proud of myself. Welcome back to HPTPoker.com. It's James Larson with Greg Raymer here. Golden Gates Casino and Poker Parlor. It's finally that time. Heads Up Poker. One of these two will go home as our new HPT champion and 226,000 plus. I've got Nader over here. Nader, just a quick question. You've got quite a few chips. You've ran well all day, but what's the strategy heads up against Chad?
Just play good hands and play position and try to get the rest of his chips.
He wants to get the rest of the chips. I move over to Chad now. Chad, you got to be honest. Nader has ran really well all day. So how are you going to try to upset him and turn this around?
Well, I'm going to also do the same. I'll just say ditto to his response.
And I want to say in your bio that this is your first ever cash. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Your first cash when you're playing Heads Up Poker for the championship. Give him a big round of applause, everybody. And one quick question. Have you ever played a Heads Up match before?
Oh, I've played a lot of poker, just not for this amount of stakes.
Well, I want to wish both these players the best of luck. And with that, Tony Haas, can we go ahead and start the tournament clock, please? The clock is started. 43. Someone tell me what the blinds are.
Well, we're in a very interesting situation here. Hi, this is Greg Fosselman Raymer back with you on the live stream for HPT.
140,170 for second. First place, 226.
I think you can hear James.
You combine those two together, it's about $370,000, $80,000. These two, they're not playing for 380, but they're 227 and then the 140. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. Randy is your dealer, ladies and gentlemen.
Over 226,000 to first, over 140,000 to second. And we have Chad, who says he doesn't have any career tournament wins at all. Says he's played lots of poker, but has not had any career tournament wins or cashes, is what I really mean. He has 0 cashes on his record. Couldn't find anything in the Hendon Mob database or anything like that for anyone with the last name, Leisure, the way he spells it. And then we got Nader Wadan, who lists a single prior cash for $3,000 earlier this year. So the two of them together have career cashes of $3,000, and now the two of them together are going to have career cashes of $270,000. So obviously a good few days for these guys. Both are going to go home happy, and one of them is going to go home happier than the other. We're starting off with just under 15 million chips for Nader and just under 6 million chips.
His opponent, about 14.7.
Yep, you heard James.
So we've got drinks here if you guys want one.
So call it 15 to 6, or a 5 to 2 chip lead, 2.5 to 1 chip lead for Nader. And he certainly has been a lot more aggressive than Chad. Chad has been the tightest player at every stage of this tournament, except maybe for nils. So with the exception probably of nils, Chad has been the tightest guy the entire time, but he's found the good spots here and there with the ace-queen, with the kings, where he could win the really huge pot all at once. And Nader has gotten a lot more of his chips winning small pots. And that means Nader is the huge favorite heads up. I mean, it's not just I've 2.5 to 1 favorite, you know, in terms of my chip count. I mean, if these guys were equally skilled, then Nader's a 2.5 to 1 favorite to win this thing. But Nader is the one who seems to understand, you know, more about taking stabs, you know, at the small pots, trying to win the small pots. I mean, not that Nader didn't win some huge ones and, you know, get lucky and cold deck his opponent and things of that sort, but he's won a lot more pots. Just saying, you know, each individual pot counts as one. He's won so many more pots than Chad because he's been so much more involved. And, you know, your heads up, you can't be waiting for ace-queen and stuff like that. You need to be playing any pair, any ace. We
start with Chad. He folds.
You know, any king, and so on. Nader. And there's always the potential that you'd be correct to play even the absolute worst starting hands, depending upon the circumstances. So I know that, like, my basic strategy, if I was coming in cold, knew nothing about the player, when I'm on the button here, so like if I'm Nader, this hand on the button, I am going to open for a call, never, basically.
52.
I'm going to open for a raise something like 85% of the time, which means I am raising with lots of really, really weak hands. You know, like 9-6 is a raise, stuff like that. You know, the hands I'm folding, that 10-15% that I'm going to fold, that's the 7 deuce and the 8
There's a
tray,
call.
the jack 5
Nader. Option
and
now,
stuff like
Chad.
that. And I don't want to call on the button. I want to put the pressure on the opponent. He's out of position. He's already
It's a
posted
raise
the
now
big
to
blind.
425,000.
I want to give him every
Chad
incentive to
raising
just fold right
425.
now and give me
And
that
a call
blind.
by Nader. It was 425 the raise total. Nader makes the call.
Now, depending upon how my
Let's go ahead and
opponent
see the flop,
responds, I might play more or less hands moving forward. I might
Deuce,
raise a little less
deuce,
often. I might raise
queen.
more
We start
often.
with Chad.
So I will adjust to the opponent. But that's kind of like the starting point. That's the basic strategy. And then adjust for who you're playing against. Here, Nader limped the button and Chad raised. Queen, deuce, deuce. Now, that's a great flop for Chad, even if he completely missed it, because it's highly unlikely that Nader hit it. So Chad raised, Nader just called. Nader just called twice. So Nader's either doing a huge trap, with a huge hand like
players
aces or
check
kings,
that. Randy, you can just holler at
or
me. Let's go ahead and
he
see
just
the turn.
doesn't have that great of a
We've been here all
hand
night.
with ace high, something like that. But against Chad, I don't expect Chad to call that raise if he can't beat a 6. So you shouldn't be raising a 6. You should be raising when you have garbage to get Chad to fold.
I have a raise now from Chad to 475. Nader folds. Chad wins the hand.
6120, and he raises to 475. That's a little excessive. 4 times the big blind. You don't need to do
49
that.
minutes exactly left in the level. 49.
I mean, in a normal
Minutes left in the
situation, at a full table, unless you are on the button, every time you raise, there's a chance that the person who gives you action will be someone who is behind you, who has position on you. And therefore, there's some incentive to raise a little bigger to disincentivize the players behind you from continuing. You want them to fold when they have position on you, so to speak.
We start with
But here, when you raise,
Nader.
first to act, you're always on the button. And your opponent's out of position, and so you don't need to raise as much. I mean, if I have a miserable hand in the big blind, I'm going to fold for the min raise or the 3x or the 4x with about the same frequency. Now we got Nader raising on his button, and Chad's thinking a bit. And he is digging deeper than a call. Re-raises to 825. And Nader's grabbing for a call pretty quickly and looking like, a little unhappy, a little disgusted. Like, that wasn't supposed to happen. This isn't the plan. So that's a good sign for Chad that he's getting Nader out of his comfort zone. Now, of course, the difficulty here is you've 3-bet, but now you're out of position. At a full table, you could make sure that most of your 3-bets were in position. Your opponent raises early, middle, and you're behind him in late position, and that's when you do most of your 3-betting, rather than doing a lot of 3-betting from the blinds. So, King, Queen, 10, 2 spades, and Chad is checked. And that's a flop that flop says Chad. Like, you re-raised pre-flop. This flop is supposed to be all over you. This is supposed to be a great flop for your hand. It might not be. Maybe you 3-bet with 9s, 8s, 7s, or ignore that ace that just hit the turn. But on the flop, maybe you had ace 9. You had an ace, but not a kicker that paired. So you don't like that flop, but there's a good chance he doesn't like it either. Maybe he raised with 10-9 suited. He flopped bottom pair here with a gut shot, but he's not going to be too excited about that if you bet into him again. So you might get him to fold bottom pair. That has you beat. But it's been an ace of hearts on the turn, and it's been a check again by Chad, a bet by Nader, but Chad was looking down, like looking at his chips. Like, I don't think he's thinking of folding. I was thinking he's deciding, like, am I going to call or raise? Or maybe he's just thinking, how much am I going to raise here? Probably be a bad raise, though, if you don't have a jack. If you don't have the jack for the nuts, it's going to be hard to get value. I mean, even if you just made 3 aces and you can beat absolutely everything except for a jack, you're only really going to, you're almost turning that hand into a bluff. Nader's probably not calling when you raise here with 3 aces unless he has you beat with the jack, or he's made like two pair, like aces up, kings and queens. Then he might decide not to give it up. But Nader's going to have a really strong hand to call a check raise. So that means he'd have a hand like three aces beat, or it was just you cold decked him and made three aces when he flopped two pair or something like that. I mean, I know if I was Nader and Ched just check raised here and I had queen 10 and it flopped two pair, I'd be like, ugh, this sucks. I don't know what to do. Chad's taking a long time, though. Now, it's gotten to the point where now I feel like, nope, maybe it's Chad that has paired the ace or something like that. And he's thinking of bluffing. Or maybe he even made aces up and he's thinking he should raise with it. But now he's feeling weaker and weaker as I look at him longer and longer. And I've never seen him take this long. He says, tough fold. Well, if it was a tough fold, you probably should have bet. You probably were supposed, I mean, even if it turns out when we see this on TV with the hole cards, even if it turns out you were beat, if it was a tough fold, you probably should have either bet the flop or bet the turn. And the turn card could be a really good card for him if he had hit the flop huge. You know, if he had flopped two pair or something like that, or if the turn gave him aces up, because there's every chance that Nader had like an ace with a small kicker. So it's like, oh, I'm going to raise my button with an ace, and then you three bet. Well, I don't want to fold an ace. I call. And oh, that's not a good percent. I'm going to play like 30% or a little more than 30% of my hands. Now that's a long-term average. Okay. And that's, you know, including, you know, sometimes you'll be, you know, a shorter stack and you'll be playing tighter, and sometimes you'll be the big stack playing more. But, you know, for like every final table or whatever I've ever played in my whole life, you know, against all those different opponents that are going to kind of average out to being typical for the situation, you know, those are the kind of numbers that I probably should have played,
no problem,
you know, overall. In those situations, you know, so I should have been playing something like 30% of my starting hands in all of my games whenever we were five-handed, and that's you know, a rough approximation. And you will have a big difference. I mean, if you are the chip leader and everyone else is just willing to fold, then you might be playing basically 100% of your hands.
We start with,
you know, and if you are the third biggest stack out of five, but everyone else is just jamming away at each other, you might be playing almost 0%. Yeah, you might be waiting for like aces and kings and queens and nothing else, because they're all going to war, and you can just sit back and half an hour from now you'll be heads up with somebody.
4-7-5.
So there's always lots of variation. So those are just rough ballpark guidelines. But I'm glad we're seeing the raising. Half a year ago, when it was Colin and Doug heads up, I believe they played 111 hands. And I didn't track it exactly, but I think the button opened for a raise like 3 times out of 111, give or take. And the button opened for a fold maybe another 3 or 4 times. And, you know, 105 times the button called. And that's not usually going to be the winning heads-up strategy. When you're the button, you got the power of position. You want to put that pressure on your opponent. So now here we've had a limp on the button from Nader. Or no, I'm sorry, he checked his option.
Let's go ahead and see the turn.
And the flop has come 9-7-7 with 2 spades. And now the queen of spades on the turn. Both players had checked the flop.
Keep it clean, though.
Now Nader's first to act. He's looking back at his cards, which your first thought is like, oh, he's double checking. Do I have a spade or not?
He's going to check.
Which usually
over to Chad.
Implies he certainly doesn't have 2 of them. Though some players will have learned, like, well, let's do the spade. I know with 100% certainty what I've got.
And a call. 400.
But Chad has bet this turn card, and
all right, Johnny World, let's go ahead and see the river.
Nader has called.
4 of spades.
And the 4 of spades, that's a huge either action card or action killer. I mean, if both of these guys have a spade, then this could be a huge pot. If neither of them has a spade, or one of them has a spade, then we're not going to see any more action. That's the ultimate scare card, unless you have a big spade or you have a full house here on this paired board.
It's an all-in bet.
And Chad announces all in.
Chad, an all-in bet
That's
and a
probably
fold.
too
The winner
much.
is
He
Chad.
was going all in there for
All right, in honor of Dale's
a few
last time on
multiples
the
of
road,
this
I'm gonna
pot.
Turn the microphone over to him for a guest opportunity. He's going to call the action.
There'd be very few
Two hands.
circumstances where
Keep
I
it
would
clean,
want
please,
to
Dale.
do that
Dale,
and
I'll
think it
take
was
over the
correct. And
camera.
it would require like a very,
Go back, give him a
very
round of
specific
applause.
opponent for me to shove there. It would require like one of two different types of opponents, you know, off the top of my head. Like one, like I have a hand where I really want the guy to call, and I think he will. So it's like, I think if I bet half the pot, he'll call. If I bet the full pot, he'll call. I think if I go all in for like 3 times the pot, I think he'll call. You know, so in that case, that's why I'm doing it, because I'm trying to maximize my win. The other case would be an opponent where if I do like my normal bet of like half the pot, if I do my normal bet of half the pot, then I think this guy is going to like shove all in like every time no matter what, and I won't be able to call. But if I shove pretty quickly,
Call by Nader.
on the 10-3-7,
Ready? Let's see the turn. 4 of clubs. 4 of clubs.
4
on
of
the
clubs,
turn.
so that makes
Action, Chad.
the relatively unlikely 5-6 straight possible. But, you know, with that bet and call, I mean, normally what I would say is that, like, well, Nader can't have that. He's not going to be calling with 5-6 with a gut shot. Unless it's 5-6 of diamonds. But the other reason you might call with 5-6 is like, well, it's very unlikely I'll hit my gut shot, which would be nice, but it's mostly like I'm floating. I'm calling here with really no hand because I'm intending to try to steal this pot, you know, on the turn of the river. So I'm making it look like I must have a legitimate hand because I'm calling. You know, if you're just betting and raising every time it's your turn, then that can just be a bluff. All that, you know, you're just like, I'm betting because I hope you can fold. I'm raising because I hope you'll fold. But if I'm calling, it implies I have a hand. Yeah, I mean, I can't bluff you by calling. But Chad has bet, called by Nader on the turn, and now the flush card comes in, the 9 of diamonds, and it makes another gut shot straight possible. 7-10 on the flop. If someone had Jack 8 or 6-8, they just got there for a straight. So again, neither of those straights are too likely, but diamonds quite likely. So someone who was, you know, drawing, that would be the most likely draw. Or they had 8-9 for the open-end straight draw on the flop, and they've just made a pair of 9s. Chad's all in.
All in call by Chad. All in call by Chad.
Nader is fold. So
And a fold by Nader.
obviously Nader did not make diamonds, and so he either had something else. Like, you know, you could see Nader having 8-9, and he's just like, well, I paired 9, so he looked pretty unhappy about folding, but you know, he also was like, well, I'm not going to call here just because I rivered second pair. You know, Chad might have like flopped the 10 for top pair, and now he's so scared of the diamond and the straight possibilities that he, you know, decided to bluff. And but he bluffed with the best hand. His 10 is good.
And first will be Chad on the button.
So Chad on the button.
Playing 60.
A little confusion with the blinds.
120.
When your head's up, the small blind is the button. The big blind is the other guy. The cards are dealt to the big blind player first, to the button second. So the button's going to get the last card.
All right, we start with Chad.
Just like the button normally would in you know, 3-handed or 10-handed game or whatever else. But here pre-flop, the action will start with the button on the small blind. I mean, basically the idea is that the guy in the big blind is going to be out of position the rest of the hand, so at least we'll give him position on the first round of betting here.
It is
and
a
we'll make
raise
the other
now
guy go
to
first.
475 by Chad.
And open raise
Nader
by
folds.
Chad.
Chad wins
Nader
there.
folds. See, I'm liking it here.
43
Obviously,
minutes
Chad
to
is
go in
changing
the
his
level,
game.
playing heads-up poker, Golden Gates Casino,
Unless he's just
poker,
hitting a huge
parlay.
rush of cards. You know, he's been
James
playing,
Larson with you.
you know, almost every hand.
Greg
He's been
Ryan
aggressive
back.
on many of the hands.
I've talked about it all
And
day. Second place
so either he's being dealt
41.70,
an
first
amazing
place
rush, or
226.
he has understood that he needs to
91.
change his strategy dramatically now that we're heads up.
All right. We start.
And I've seen this before where a player has been uber tight, and primarily that would imply that the reason that he was so tight before was that, like, man, I don't want to get involved if I don't really have a great hand, because I can sit back,
right,
fold, and then watch these other guys knock one another out of this tournament, and either get me closer to the money, if we're talking day 1, day 2, or move me up to a higher payout by just watching the rest of them fight each other. And so he might have been really, really focused on that kind of ICM style concept of, like, let's avoid risk and let everyone else, do the dirty work for me. But hey, I'm heads up now.
Call is made.
I can't avoid risk.
Chad.
If I'm going to play tight and fold till I have a good hand, then I'm just going to get run over by this guy.
Let's go ahead and see the flop, please.
That doesn't make me any more money. Being super tight, even three-handed, can make you money by promoting you to second place. But being super tight heads up just means that a skilled opponent is going to slowly grind you down with 100% certainty. But even though things have been going Chad's way,
check by Chad. Now over to Nader.
Nader still has the chip lead. I presume that those are 20 chip stacks there. So a full stack of white chips is 2 million. So that's like 10 million plus in white.
Back over now.
He's still got like 12 million chips or more, which puts him at less than a 2-to-1 favorite now. He's not. He was like 3-2. I mean, I'm 5-2 chip leader when we started. 2.5-to-1. Now he's more like 1.7-to-1 chip leader. Something of that sort.
Just a quick reminder, when the game is over, if you guys could all stick around, we'd like to use some of you in the background studio audience for, I know we're cheering for probably 2 different sides here, but no matter who it is, just hang around in the background. We'll put you on our national TV as we do their interviews, and then we all go to that center bar out there and celebrate. So we hope we can, I see all you guys in the crowd. It'd be fun to have some drinks with you guys.
And see here on Twitter a nice picture of these guys battling out heads up. That was tweeted
I had a lot of them. That's
just
the only reason
a few minutes ago.
All right, we start with Chad. He's on the button, playing 60, 120.
Well, I'm getting some compliments on Twitter, but I'm not seeing any questions. Feel free to ask questions, guys. If you have strategy questions or anything like that, happy to discuss.
A call is made.
All those things with you.
Chad, now I have an option over here.
I know I've got another one of my poker seminars coming up at the Daytona Beach Kennel Club during that HPT stop.
Option.
So that's mid-October.
John,
early mid-October. The HPT in Daytona Beach will be on October 9th, and the final table on the 13th. And, of course, preliminary events and super satellites preceding that, through the month of October up till then. And I'll be doing my seminar, it looks like probably on Thursday the 9th or Friday the 10th. We haven't set it in stone yet.
Move over to Chad.
And so if you're in the area or want to come to the area, you can call the Daytona Beach Kennel Club, ask for Amy Alvarez, who is the tournament director and other things for that poker room, and tell her you're interested in coming and interested in attending the Fossil Man seminar.
I have a wager.
And ask her what you need to do to get in. Because most of the seats will be awarded as like promotional prizes for the players at the Daytona Beach Poker Room. But there's also the possibility of just buying yourself in for cash. So if you're someone who's going to be from out of town, won't be there with the reasonable chance of winning it in a promotion,
right, guys,
you can still come attend if you like. Just talk to Amy when you can and
want to thank everybody for coming out
find out what's going to be involved in that.
Or watching the live event and watching us online at hptpoker.com.
And if you can't come to Daytona Beach and you haven't seen me in your part of the country yet, feel free to go to your local poker manager, poker room manager, and say to them, hey, has Greg Raymer ever called you? Because if he has, you should book him and have one of his seminars here at your local poker room. Typical seminar that I would put out is like a full day would be like 8 hours of poker training. And we'll usually have something like 30, 40, 50 students, and it's usually $300 per student. So you're only going to pay $300, kind of like 1 to 2 buy-ins for a typical 1-2 no limit game. And we'll have 8 hours of instruction with myself and other, professional players helping improve your game. And I'm sure that if you come and pay attention and you know, focus on what you're doing, you are going to find that your game is going to improve. Your results are going to improve by a lot more than $300 in the future. So Chad's on the button for this hand.
We start with Chad. All right, we start
Chad
with
looking a little unsure there, but reaching for a significant raise. Like,
475,000 by Chad. Over to Nader now.
it looked like he grabbed like 4 more whites or something. Like he made it 460 or something like that. And Nader is reaching deeper. Looks like a 3-bet. 925, I think.
It's a re-raise to 925.
Well, if Chad's thinking of re-raising, all in is appropriate here. Chad probably has like 7 million or a little more. So he has something like 7 times that bet. And so if he was going to make a re-raise, all in is perfectly appropriate. Would not be like excessively large raise.
And that
but he is going to fold. And like I said, when he was thinking before he made the raise, he looked uncertain. And that made me feel like he has a hand that he feels at some level like, man, I think I'm probably supposed to raise with this. You know, like let's say he's sitting there with something like, you know, ace little, you know, king medium, a hand of that sort. Then maybe he's kind of like, you know, I don't normally play king 8. I don't normally play ace 4 offsuit. But it's like, we're heads up. I'm probably supposed to play this hand, and I'm probably supposed to raise it. I mean, that's what it felt like he was thinking at the time. And when I see that, if I'm Nader and if I see that, and if that's how I interpret it, then I'm going to 3-bet there with like all my crappy hands for sure. If I don't 3-bet, it's going to be because I actually have something where I think I'm trapping him. You know, I might look down at ace king and like, oh, wow, he probably has 3 outs against me. You know, he has ace little or king, you know, and so unless he hits his 3 out, I'm a huge favorite. Maybe I'll trap here.
Is Chad.
But I don't do a lot of trapping. And I wouldn't want to trap Chad. I mean, if I'm trapping, I usually want to trap an opponent who is, you know, as soon as I show some weakness, he's going to try to steal. You know, so induce bluffs when you have an opponent who's going to bluff. Don't try to induce bluffs from a tight guy because he's not going to bluff anyways. So what's the point of trying to induce it? He's just not going to. You know, for the tight player who you can't, if you can't induce him to bluff by showing a little weakness, by checking once or twice in a hand, then you know, just go ahead and bet those hands. And you know, if he has a little something, maybe he'll call and pay you off. And if he doesn't have anything, well, you weren't going to win any money out of him unless he made something. So unless your hand is so strong that if he makes something, he still won't have you beat, then it's not worth giving him the free card. Nader first on the button. Announces call.
Is a call by Nader. Over to Chad now.
Option for Chad.
That was a call. We have an option now to Chad. Nade's made the call.
Now, I know personally some players who would say, like, oh, this guy's just calling on the button. He could be trapping, but it's just a lot more likely he has a hand where he just wants to see the flop. You know, and would rather see it cheap.
Start with Chad.
And so they, you know, think, I should raise. He has one of these hands. He might fold, and if he doesn't fold, it could be I'm a favorite. And even if my hand's so weak that I'm not the favorite, if he doesn't hit the flop, I can probably take it down with a c-bet. And that's all very good reasoning.
He's going to bet 200.
The flip side is
60,000.
If I have an opponent who is limping the button, but raising some of the time,
and a fold.
I don't want to train him to start raising. In other words, if he's limping, I'm like, okay, good. The only thing better than that is if you start folding. You know, so if I 3-bet, I might wait until I actually have a pretty good hand to 3-bet rather than something marginal, because I want to see how he responds. Like this, when I mean not 3-bet, but when I raise my option, you know, is he going to fold those kinds of hands, or is he going to call and see a flop with them? You know, and more importantly, now that if I was raising, does he start folding that kind of hand instead of limping in?
So
If it's going to motivate him to fold those hands, then you'd want a 3-bet for sure, for all the reasons we mentioned before, and the fact that if he starts folding those hands, then he's not putting that pressure on you. But if he's going to respond by, well, instead of limping with these hands, I'm going to raise with them. It's like, I don't want to motivate the guy to raise more often on his button, because that is generally going to be him playing better. I would rather he be limping a lot. So I basically reward him for limping by not raising very often, because I want to encourage more of it. So here, Chad raised his button. Nader defends. Deuce 5 king with 2 spades, and Nader leads into him.
25,000, 425.
Now normally I would say, why do that? Why not check and let him bet?
425.
But we've already seen Chad's willing to just just check behind pretty often. So it's not like you can depend on him to bet.
A raise now to 1 million.
Chad raises to $1 million. So it was a 425 bet.
So we did 425
by Nader. Chad raises to $1 million.
Back to Nader now. And it's a call.
And Chad has, like $1.4 million in the pot.
Please.
And
10 of spades.
5-6 million behind. Another spade on the turn. Nader checks pretty quickly. And the body language to me does not smell like a trap. It does not smell like he turned the flush and is trapping. So I don't think the 10 of spades gave him a flush. Probably didn't give him 2 pair or anything like that. Chad is counting out what looks like $1 million, or is it $1.5 million? He has something like
1.5 million.
A little, maybe 3.5 to 4 million behind.
Ladies and gentlemen, over now to Nader.
Now after that $1.5 million. And Nader looks pretty disgusted. Can't imagine he's doing anything other than folding unless he's just a good actor. But now he's like, I don't believe you. He seems to be saying, I don't believe you. And I agree in the sense I don't believe that Chad made a flush. Doesn't seem that likely. I could easily be wrong because Chad has changed his game so much now that we're heads up, but I would have expected Chad not to semi-bluff a flush draw by raising the flop. I would have expected him to call with a flush draw there pretty much every time. So I don't think he made the flush. So Nader may be thinking oh, this sucks, but wait, he can't have a flush. If I put him all in, doesn't he have to fold? But wait, he's changed his game. Maybe he would semi-bluff a flush draw now. So Nader has elected all in. I don't think that's a huge hand. I don't think that's a flush. I do not believe that that's a flush. And Chad, okay, Chad's not snap calling, so he does not have the flush. Don't think he's going to think here, even with a small flush. Certainly one hand that some players could have in Chad's spot would be the 3-4 spades. And they're like, oh, I flopped it. When he got raised on the flop, I don't think he would have called with any other hand like Queen 10, Jack 10, with just one spade. So that doesn't seem too likely, as you go over it. So it seems more like he, had 3-4, made a pair of fives, had a pocket pair less than kings. And he probably has a spade. So Nader probably has a spade in his hand. But I'm not massively confident in my read. So if I'm Chad, I'm also, if I'm sitting in Chad's seat right now, it's I have all these thoughts about Nader, but I'm really not. It's not like I'm thinking, oh, I'm 99% sure that my read is good here. I'm thinking, my 60% confidence in my read, give or take. But this is a super painful decision for Chad. If he has something like ace king, it's man, if this guy, if I'm ahead and I fold, it's like a disaster. I've put, 2.5 million chips or more, and I put almost half my stack in this pot, and then I get bluffed. But if I call and you have the flush and I'm drawn dead or something, then it's just like that's even worse. So it can easily be one of these spots where you just feel like no matter what you do, you're wrong. Yeah, I still feel it's more likely Nader's, semi-bluffing than it is that he has a hand. I mean, he just seems like too intentionally casual somehow.
Call has been
Well,
made,
Nader
folks.
didn't smile or anything, so that
We'll start.
Nader is semi-bluffing or something.
King 4 for just a pair of kings. A set of 10s over here.
A set of 10s. Well, I did not see that coming. So he got like insane lucky on the turn. He was basically bluffing. He turned a pair of 10s into a bluff on the flop. Got insane lucky. I would not have taken anywhere near that long to call with a set of 10s. It's like if you made a flush, FML, give me one of my cards to pair the board, please. But he was drawn dead with the pair of kings only. And I hate the shove by Nader. I really hate the shove. You took top pair and turned it into a bluff. So unless you had every reason to believe that Chad, had a better hand and would fold, that was the only reason for that shove. There was no other value. I mean, obviously, it took him this long to call with a set of 10s. So, I mean, clearly he was never going to get called by a worse hand. The only worse hand that could have even conceivably called would have been something, like, Queen Jack with the Queen of Spades, where, it's like he's got a bazillion outs, 15 outs, on the draw, or something like that. So, I mean, you can't be shoving for value there if you're Nader. But on the other hand, I guess, given how long it took,
reconciling is going on as
maybe he was, you got to suspect at this point that Chad was going to fold ace king. In other words, king with a better kicker that had Nader crushed. So, I mean, maybe it was a good bluff for that reason, that you were going to get Chad to fold, and maybe Chad would have folded even things like, king 10 or something like that. I don't know. But if I'm sitting in Nader's seat and I think Chad's not bluffing when he bets the turn, I don't like the shove. Your hand's like too good and not good enough for that move. And it looks like Nader has 8 million or so now, which gives Chad the chip lead. So that's the first time, I think, all day long that Nader has not been the chip leader, unless there was some brief period at the very beginning. Well, Nader wasn't the chip leader coming in, if I remember correctly. Let me double check if he was up there, but yeah, he wasn't the chip leader coming in, but he won a pretty big pot early on. So he was in third place at the start of the day, but only a few 100,000 behind the chip leader. Adam Zamowski started with almost 3.7 million and about 500,000 more than Nader started with. And Matthew Scherenberg in between them with 3.5 at the start of the day. So he was only third place at the beginning of the day, but really very, very close to the chip lead. Won a big pot kind of early, became chip leader, and I'm pretty sure he never lost his lead until just now. So something like 8 million for him, and that means something like 13 million for Chad. So things change dramatically now. So I guess my estimates aren't very good. It says a little over 11 million for Chad and 9.4 for Nader here on this message I got. So those stacks might not be exactly 20 tall or something of that sort, but Nader has opened for a raise on the button.
Okay, that's a call.
Looks like Chad is calling.
You built a force field up here that you can't even get at your camera now.
And James is informing Chad, like, you've built a wall of China in front of your camera.
All right,
and
Johnny,
you're going to
well,
have to
let's go
leave
into the
room in
flop,
there somewhere for the
please.
cards to be seen.
And that flop is deuce, queen, tray.
So we have 2-3 queen, all spades.
You're welcome.
Pardon me. Chad has checked. Oh, no, he has not. I'm sorry. I do private coaching as well. If Chad wants some coaching in physical chip stack management, I can do that also. Never been paid for that, but hey, I'll take the money. If anyone else needs private coaching, go to fossilmanpokertraining.com, get hold of me, and we can arrange that by Skype, by phone, or in person if we're at the same place.
Jack of hearts now. Turn.
So check, and now the Jack of hearts.
We start with Chad. $400,000 chip bet by Chad over to Nader. He makes the call. All right, river card, please. Thank you. It's the tray of diamonds. And we start with Chad.
Three of diamonds on the river. Got a bet and a call on the turn. Still not a big pot.
I have a check by Chad.
And Chad has checked again. And Nader also says check. And Chad.
Got to have somebody flip them over, please. I have Jack and 10.
Jack 10 made a pair of jacks on the turn.
Jacks and threes. His opponent, King 10. So
again, that's why you want to use the power of your position. 2-3 queen all spades. I saw the jack. I didn't catch the 10. But if it wasn't a spade, you got to believe that if Nader bets the flop, that Chad goes away. And you know, and that is kind of one of the main keys, especially if you have an opponent who is, you know, not gonna fight back super hard. You want to be doing all these little stabs. Yeah, by making all those little stabs at the pot, you know, by stealing all those times you have nothing, you know, but then you're also, when you have something, you know, you're more likely to get paid off. So it goes both ways. The more you bet, the harder it is to bluff. But the more you get paid off when you have the best hand, and the less you bluff, the easier it is to bluff when you do it. You know, but it's this balance. It's, you know, if you get caught bluffing, you know, then you slow down for a little bit, you know, and now that you've shown, you know, a period of tightness, you know, your opponent might start being more easy to bluff.
I have a raise by Chad.
And you just, you know, what's their current opinion of me?
Chips, 475.
And take advantage of that current opinion.
Full by Nader, Chad wins.
Chad opens for a raise on this butt.
Actually,
and takes
I
it
do
down.
joke, as you guys know a lot. Derek is one of the management positions here, and he's just been traveling with us here recently. But give him a round of applause. He's a great guy to work for and a good friend of ours. Derek Melliker, actually, everybody, nice guy, and I give him a lot of static on the road. Last week I had him as the limousine driver, the paint, all kinds of stuff. We had him running a camera because we were short in East Chicago. So, but Derek, thanks for coming out and appreciate everything you do for us. I have a raise, 450 by Nade's 450.
Open raise on the button from Nader, 450.
And a fold. The winner of the hand is Nader.
And that takes it down.
Sir, I noticed you just sat down. That's a reserved seat. No, I'm just joking. Go ahead and stay where you're at. You're fine.
And that's kind of what you expect to see a lot of. I mean, if you get like two world-class, you know, heads-up, no limit hold'em players, I mean, you'll see lots of open raises on the button, and you'll see a pretty high percentage of just folding the big blind because I have an absolute junk hand, and you have position on me, blah, blah, blah.
Chad, he'll be first.
You know, but then those world-class players are going to mix it up, And they're certainly going to 3-bet with all of their better hands, but they're also going to sometimes 3-bet with a bunch of their weaker hands. You know, like if I look down and see 3-5 suited against an opponent who's been open raising his button a lot, which is appropriate, then that's the kind of hand I want to 3-bet with, because it's a hand where I know I'm behind, so I am kind of like I'm bluffing with the worst hand, so to speak. But if the 3-bet gets called, the hand has some value. Where you really got to be careful, you know, is something like 3-betting with a hand like ace-9. Because if your opponent's super aggressive, he might 4-bet with worse hands. Often enough that you're like, I'm not sure I can fold ace-9.
1 million.
I might still be in really good shape against your range, even now that you're 4-betting me. But, you know, if you're legitimately 4-betting, so to speak, then you've always got ace-9 beat. You know, so I don't want to 3-bet a hand like that where I can't be confident that if I fold when you 4-bet, I know I'm folding the worst hand. So it's an interesting thing that it's going to be like more correct to 3-bet with some weaker hands than it is with some much, much stronger hands in some cases. And that kind of goes back to that idea of like turning the best hand into a bluff. So we had a 2-bet on the button, a 3-bet from Nader for what looks like $1 million or so, and now an all-in for like $6 million more. I mean, it looks like $6 million behind for Nader, and he's got like 1.2 million, I think, and or $1.25 million for his 3-bet. And Chad is obviously must have dialed the aggression up. I mean, either he is just getting run over by the deck, or he has dialed up his aggression because, you know, compared to where he was even 3 or 4-handed, he is playing so many more hands. You know, and here he is raising, 3-betting, 4-betting. And these are just things that we just didn't see him doing before. And if he did, you know, he had at least ace-queen, if not kings. So, you know, unless he's getting just run over by the deck, he is, you know, correctly learned to increase his aggression.
$27,000. Call is made by Nades. Over to Chad.
So this is something like maybe a little over 14 million for Chad at this point, maybe 6 or a little under 6 million for Nader. Nader has opened for a call. Chad is reaching for a big raise. And
I have a raise now by Chad. We're going to go up to exactly.
But Nader immediately is like nodding his head. Should have seen that coming. And he quickly calls. So either this is a lot of Hollywooding and he's trapping, or he does have just a marginal hand, you know, like a suited connector kind of a thing where he wants to see the flop. But that was really too big of a raise. I mean, if he was sitting there like, oh, I got 9-8 of hearts, I want to see a flop, that was too big of a raise to just call and see a flop with. Like, I think it was $500,000 more. Like double the pot. And ace 9-6, all spades, and Chad is thinking, taking a little time here. He doesn't look happy, though. I mean, I think he probably has a good hand, but maybe not an ace. He could even have as good a hand as pocket kings. But obviously, this is not the flop you want to see.
I have an all-in now after Chad.
And an all-in? Well, that's not a move I'm a fan of.
Nader goes all
and Chad's not snap folding, so... but Nader is shoved. I mean, to me, this just smells like I have a spade. Like, even a good spade. You know, but not necessarily the nut spade. But it could be. I have the king of spades, queen of spades, whatever, jack of spades even. He could have something like 9-10 with the 10 of spades. He could even have an ace with the small spade, like you know. Or he trapped the whole time. But I don't think so. I think this is another draw-type hand for Nader. Not like the other one where he had the top pair with the bad kicker that he kind of turned into a bluff. I mean, this feels more like just a draw on Nader's part. But, I mean, that if those are 20 tall, then the teal are $500,000 each. The white are $2 million in a full stack. So you're talking, you know, $5.5 million that he just bet into this pot that is somewhat over, a little over $1 million. Oh, but the sigh and the look away.
And Nader wins.
And then Chad immediately folds. Now I'm, the sigh and the look away. Before I could even say anything, Chad had folded. But I was about to say like, "Oh wait!" And now it feels like he actually has it. A little, look away, like, oh.
Coming up on hand 144 on the day. 144.
That little sigh really actually changed my opinion, and apparently it did for Chad as well.
Players here in Blackhawk, Colorado, Golden Gates Casino.
I'd love to see that whole card now. To see if Nader actually had that spade flush, or like 3 of a kind or something.
We start with Chad. He's going to raise it
Chad's
up.
made another big raise.
575.
575.
And a fold. 575 was the raise.
I mean, I like all the raising, but I just don't like the size. A good heads-up opponent isn't, folding most of their hands, even, when you're coming in for a bigger raise. If you're going to raise that big, 3x, 4x
So that is the end
every
of the
single time, they're going to be calling the majority of the time.
We play this hand, yeah, because he's already shot before.
The
tournament clock.
But the thing is, the hands they're going to fold, the 7 deuce and the really garbagey hands, they'll fold for the min raise. Because they're like, I'm out of position. For the flop, the turn, the river, I have to go first, and my hand sucks. So, just the min raise to 240 will probably get them to fold almost as often as if you make it, this 400 or 500. So you don't need to risk more, and you can keep the pot smaller. And then there's more decisions before someone says all in. Like if the standard opening raise for these guys was 1 million. Well, then the next raise, if it came, was going to be all in. So you'd only have like 2 decisions. But if the first raise was like 250, the next raise is like 600, and now the next raise is 1.4, and now all in. So now you got 4 decisions before someone says all in. And if you're the better player, why are you better? Because you make better decisions. So you want 4 decisions, not 2. Twice as many chances for you to make the better decision. And either make the raise or make the fold or make the call, but, make it right. Brings the flush in most obviously. And it's a card that certainly could make anyone 2-pair. I mean, Queen Jack and Jack 9 are absolutely hands that players could have. So it's a 2-pair card, it's a flush card, it's a potential straight card. 10-8, King 10. Chad does a very small check, just a little finger tap. Slight movement.
Chad. Both players checking.
And Nader checks pretty quickly behind.
River card, 4 of spades.
4 of spades, that shouldn't change anything. That's not a card likely to have helped either player's hand.
Chad.
Not on this board with this action. Now, if I'm Chad thinking I have the best hand, but I don't have a monster, I would probably check call. Because I think you have a good chance at inducing a bluff here.
I have a
and Chad checks again.
Over to Nader.
And Nader gives up. Might have a little something.
Pocket trays. Over here I've got 9-8.
Pair of 3s, and 9-8 makes a pair of 9s.
9-8. Pairs up his 9s.
Pair of 9s for Nader is going to take it down. I like the check. I don't think you can bet for value there. I mean, it's just going to be too hard to get called by a worse hand.
8160 with a 20K. Jim Larson here with Greg Fossilman Raymer. Good job, Johnny. And now we bring in Jess. Everybody in the studio audience doing okay thus far?
That was the end of the level.
Enjoying yourselves?
So that means it's going to be 80,000, 160,000. We got a new dealer coming in with a new deck. So 8160.
I want to thank the fantastic Heartland Poker Tour crew.
And Chad is saying, I put you on the 9.
Guys, when we all leave,
I wonder if Chad seriously considered bluffing, though. I mean, with the jack of clubs on the turn, if Nader was going to fold a 9, that would be one of the best cards to get him to lay it down. That 9 of clubs that makes the flush, makes the straights. You could have paired that. You could have had something like ace jack, and you just made a pair of jacks. So it would certainly be a reasonable card to try to bluff someone off of a 9, if that's really what you were thinking.
Thank you, Michael, for all your help and support back there.
So 80,160 and a 20,000 ante. So 280,000 chips out there, which is a little more than, it's getting close to 1.5% of all the chips in play. Something like that. These guys are now at about 125 blinds in play, you know, about a little over 60 blinds for an average stack.
I have a raise now. By Chad
Nader probably has a little over 8 million.
480.
So he has like 50.
And a fold. Chad wins.
Something like that. And Chad raises the button. Nader quickly folds. Chad looks disgusted and shows an ace. I mean, obviously how big the pots are matters, but if you're just like trying to keep track of who's winning the most pots, you just look at these little red chips. It's like whoever has the most red chips is the one who's been winning the most pots recently.
All right, we'll start.
Nader's button gets to go first pre-flop.
I have a raise by Nades. We're going to go up to 480. 480.
I think he said 480 for the raise. And Chad shows some kind of garbage hand, I'm sure. He folded face up.
Nader, the winner.
So I don't know exactly what it was. I didn't catch it on the camera, but
well, thanks for making your
I'm sure it was something horrible
with us.
For him to just show it like that, you know, like a 7-deuce kind of a hand.
I want to thank everybody for tuning in. We'll get to the Twitter. I've got a lot of people tweeting in questions and comments, but been very busy here. All right, we start with Chad.
Chad on the button. Considering his options.
And a fold.
Kind of agonizes before he folds.
Wins the hand.
Kind of strange. And that I expect to see that more when someone's like facing a raise. Kind of like, oh man, this hand's not very good, but it could be better than what you would raise with. You know, that's when I expect to see that kind of look. So Nader gets to go first. He's holding his forehead. He looks very defeated. I think he expected this to be a cakewalk heads up. And it wouldn't have been shocking. I mean, Chad has, you know, opened up exactly as he should have for heads up play. So Nader raises. Chad's like eyeballing stacks and stuff. I wonder if he's thinking of shoving. Kind of like, ooh, should I just shove here for my 3-bet? And he did.
I have an all-in re-raise by Chad and all-in re-raise.
That's like 8 million or something.
All in.
I mean, I don't like it. That's like something like, you know, 16 times the bet he's facing. You're giving Nader really no chance to call with a worse hand, unless it's just a cold deck. You know, if it's like aces versus kings, kings versus queens, unless it's something like that, just a cold deck, you're just not giving him a chance to pay you off with the worst hand. And if you're ever bluffing, if Chad is like ever bluffing in that spot where he, you know, has a hand where he really, really wants Nader to fold, well, you just risked, you know, like 16 times that bet that you were facing in order to take it down, which means that every time he does call, you're way behind, presumably. So it's like you're risking too much if it's a bluff.
So Chad,
and if it's not a bluff, you're giving up value. So I mean, the only reason to make that shove is that, like, I think I have the best hand, and I think he's going to call.
It's a raise. 580. 580.
At 580 and an all-in. So kind of the same problem here for Nader. I mean, it's basically about the same math. It's just on the other side. You know, it's a little better because I think he made it 480. Nader made it 480 when Chad shoved, and now Chad made it 580. But see, again, I mean, the big blind's 160. The min raise is 320. You don't need to make it 580. You can make it the 320. Or if you just want to round it off, make it 325 or whatever, 350. And now in a spot like this, if you end up deciding to fold, you've saved a couple $100,000, you know, and rinse and repeat, because this situation might come up several times. And all of a sudden you're like, oh, because I was making smaller raises, I got 2 million more chips now, an hour from now, than I would have otherwise.
And a fold. Nader wins.
I mean, it actually reminds me a little bit of the scenario. One of my HPT wins in 2012 was in St. Louis, and when we got heads up, we were much shallower than this. We did not have anywhere near this many blinds. I think the short stack, my opponent had something like 30 blinds or something like that, maybe, in his stack, and I don't remember now, maybe I had 50 or 60. I'd have to double check, to be honest, but for purposes of discussion, it'll be just as good as if we say he had 30. And on the very first hand of heads up, he opened for like 4 times the big blind, and like it was a younger guy, you know, he's a good player, and I was like, wow, I really didn't think he would ever do that. And with the body language, with the live tells that I thought I saw, I'm like, you know what he's doing? He has 30x. If he makes it a normal like 2x, he knows I might re-raise, but he knows if I re-raise, it's going to be like 5. And then if he goes all in for 30, I'll fold all my bad hands. Everything I was bluffing with, I will fold.
9 deuce, we start.
And I thought to myself, he has a huge hand. He has a hand where he wants me, if I'm going to 3-bet, where I'm going to just put him all in. So by making it 4, he figures I'm not going to re-raise to like 12 out of 30 or 10 out of 30. I'm going to instead just go all in for 30. And then I look down and I have pocket kings, and I'm just like, whoa, well, you know what? I think he has a huge hand, but if he has 2 aces, I'm just, I'm just good and, cooked here. I'm not going to be getting away from it for 30 blinds. Like, I hope he has queens or ace king or something like that, or jacks. And so I obliged him. I went all in. He snap called and tabled 2 queens. And, then I turned over my 2 kings. And, I mean, he looked like, like a boxing match when the guy gets hit and just drops. I mean, he just, he actually did, like, go down to his knees or something. And I don't blame him. I mean, you get heads up. You get 2 queens the very first hand. You get it all in, for just, 1 bet and 1 raise and a second raise. And you're crushed like that. It's very unlucky.
Raise to 1 million.
So we got another all in.
And now a re-raise all in.
We had a flop bet
re-raises all
from
in.
Chad. The flop is 7-9 deuce, and then a quick all in from Nader for 8 million, give or take. And Chad obviously is like, so Chad apparently had bet $1 million. He's asking the dealer to pull the $1 million in. So, roughly 7 million more. Might be less. I'm not sure how tall the stacks are. So there's probably something like 2.5 or 3 million in the pot. One of my outs, which I'm going to do 35-40% of the time. So those are all perfectly reasonable hands for him to potentially have. And of course, he could just have something really strong, and he's hoping he gets called.
Fold. Nader wins the hand.
And he's showing
Show
something.
his cards. He did flip them over. He shows 8-5.
8-5. So actually just another a worse gut shot draw. Like he only had the 6. And Chad says, had you beat. And it's hard not to. It's hard not to have had that hand beat. And now, here we're going to see whether showing the 8-5 was a mistake or whether it was a good play. If it puts Chad on tilt and he starts making emotional decisions, then it was a good idea to show it.
Looks like so.
But if it doesn't,
that can't be right, Fred.
But if it doesn't put him on tilt, if he doesn't make worse decisions,
I guess we're way off.
Then
we'll start.
Then it's a bad move because maybe Chad saw a little something, and now he knows that little something seems to correlate with, oh, you're bluffing and you want me to fold. And Chad does seem a little, he just, so he's a little bit exasperated. But I'll be happy if my opponents show me the bluff every single time.
Chad to 480.
Because it's only going to give me information to help me beat him. 22 years of playing poker, seriously, it's pretty hard to get tilted just because someone bluffs you. So we have an open raise on the button.
We re-raise now.
From Chad, and now Nader says re-raise. Puts out the call, and he's counting out 1.2 million more, and I don't feel like this is a bluff. Nader thinks he has the best hand. So we're talking, over $1.5 million. Maybe he had 9 million or $9.5 million to start.
1,680,000.
So that's like 1/6 of his stack. Which means if Chad re-raises them all in, he certainly can fold if he doesn't feel he has the best hand. So if Nader is bluffing right now, he can fold to a shove. Without a doubt, he's not pot stuck or anything. But it doesn't feel like he's bluffing this time at all. Feels like, I think I have the best hand. That's what it seems like Nader is feeling at the moment. And we've had a big shift from Nader. For a while there at the beginning of the heads up, Nader seemed to, and I would have been the same way actually, like, hey, I'm going to small ball this guy to death. I don't need to, bet and raise big and bet and raise every single time. I can just grind him down slow. And then it was kind of like, tossed in Nader's face that like, I'm not going to do this. This guy's now got super aggressive himself. I can't grind him down. So now Nader has gone back into, being the extremely aggressive player again. So, we definitely have huge potential for fireworks here. And you always got to be careful. You got to really consider stack sizes. I hate to be in that spot where Nader was, where I've just bet 1/6 of my chips. Because if my opponent shoves, unless I'm happy to call, then I'm in this really awkward spot. It's like I've lost a big chunk of my stack if I have to fold. So if you can, you want to size things so that if someone's going to go all in, it's you. And that's the reason that you should sometimes make bets or raises that are noticeably bigger or smaller than you ordinarily would. So Nader's open for a raise. I think that was a raise, not just a call. And Chad has said raise and is
re-raise,
making it $1 million, $1.5 million. I'm not sure.
200,000.
1.2 million
Re-raise by Chad.
From Chad. Nader's asking how much more. Counted out enough for a call. Definitely feel like he's considering all his options here. Like he's thinking of folding, calling, or raising. And he picks fold.
The winner of the hand is Chad. He is the winner.
See, the other danger of showing the bluff, you know, your head's up. It's hard to make a great hand or to be dealt a great starting hand. And if showing the bluff is going to, like, piss off your opponent to where he now starts, like, raising and re-raising a lot, now you're the one facing all this, you know, you're in this tough spot. It's kind of like, man, you know, he's just re-raising me, and it's like, you know, I have marginal hands because that's, you're going to get dealt mostly marginal hands, you know, or bad hands. It's hard to get hands where, you know, oh, I have 40, 50 big blinds and I'm really happy to get it all in pre-flop. And there's not many hands that meet that qualification.
We will start.
Chad's first on the button.
He's going to raise it up.
Looks like
580.
580,000. Like, yeah, getting another like big raise. But that's what we've mostly seen from both these guys. Their first raise is big. And the last hand actually was unusual. Nader, I think, made it 375. And I think that was the smallest opening raise I've seen. You know, which makes me curious. Like, if I was in there playing against these guys and I'm doing my normal, you know, like 325 at this point, you know, would that make them more inclined to 3-bet, less inclined? You know, like, oh, I'll call more but 3-bet less? And a re-raise from Nader? Something like $1.3 million? Chad says all in, and Nader immediately calls.
I need the re-raise amount just for the web feed.
And Chad is making sure you called.
Okay, guys.
I don't know who has what yet. No one's turned anything over.
A re-raise all in.
So we have an open raise, a re-raise, a shove,
and speaking of
and ace-jack for Chad. And he's against pocket nines. So it is just a classic race here. And Chad does have the chip lead. So it's ace of hearts, jack of spades for Chad.
Okay.
So Chad opened on the button for 580, and it went to 1.3 million or something from Nader, and then all in and a call for about 9 million, 10 million.
Yeah. Okay, so
the winner of this hand is either going to be Chad, and he's the champ, or it's going to be Nader, and he's going to have 80 or 90% of all the chips. You know, just an overwhelming lead, basically. So this is going to be most likely the determining pot. If Nader wins this hand, it's not like he's a lock to win, but now he's going to be that 80-90% favorite or more to win. But if Chad wins, and there's a 9 in the door, and it's almost over. It is 3 nines, and it's a wheel draw only. The only way Chad's going to win this hand is if it comes 4-5. He has another outs. And there's a 5, though. So it's a sweat. It's a sweat on the river. Any 4, and Chad is our champion. Anything else, and Nader is the massive chip leader. So it's a 4, or it's everything else for Nader.
That will make
4 for Chad, everything else for Nader.
Statistically across the online internet boards and across the live cash games.
And we're doing all the counting now to figure out exactly how few chips Chad has left.
I am told unofficially.
And then Nader, he's like, this gave the big, oh my, you know.
9,060,000 is what Nader had.
So it was 9 million chips that he had, which means he now has over 18 million, and there's something like 20.5 million in play. So, you know, he has something like a 9-1 chip lead, 10-1 in that ballpark. And Chad's going to have about 12 to 14 big blinds. So I'm not going to be shocked to see another all-in right away here, whoever makes the all-in push.
5,000. 2,405,000 is what's left for Chad. 2,405.
So that's James. Right, 2.4 million.
They're obviously big hand. We give him a round of applause.
2.4 million for him, which
this final table.
makes it like 18.2 for Nader.
The entire way.
So actually, it's about a 7-1 chip lead. A little more than that. 7-1, you know, like 7.5 to 1 chip lead. And
2,405,000. 2,405,000 for Chad. The rest of the chips in play are with Nader. God bless you, Goose.
So Nader's on the button here for the very first hand, where his opponent has 15 blinds. And I'm curious if his plan of attack is like just shove no matter what. So 15 blinds, and that's an awkward number. It's like certainly it's big enough.
Let's get the cards back in the air.
That like you wouldn't just want to be just open shoving 15x.
What a heads-up battle here, folks. Golden Gates
you know,
Casino and Poker
but
Parlor.
like in Nader's shoes, it's like, well, I don't want to just open shove 15x, but I don't want to make it like 3x, and now you go all in for 15, because that's enough that I can't call unless I think I might have the best hand.
Nader said all in.
Nader does say all in. Chad shakes his head no, and he has 14 big blinds.
Nader, all in and a fold.
Nader well, he looked like he was going to show something.
You're just joining us, a big hand.
So now he's 14x, and still a spot, though, that's awkward. It's like, you know, if I'm Chad, I don't want to just shove 14, you know, to win the one. But, again, I don't want to make it 2x, 3x, 4x, and then face the 3-bet unless I have a hand where I'm really happy to call. Like, oh, yeah, call. I'm happy to call. Yeah, I think I'm a big favorite. You know, so there's not many hands like that. So, you know, you face tough decisions.
Action will be.
But if I'm Chad, probably
first,
most of my good hands, I'm going to like min raise, expect Nader to shove, and then I'm going to call. And that includes things like just king high and stuff like that.
I have an all-in raise by Chad. Now,
yeah, I want to give Nader a chance to like put it all in with, you know, the jack high and the 10 high and the 9 high and stuff. You know, trying to get me to fold. And an all-in announced by Chad, and Nader's thinking. And he says, I call.
That's a call, folks.
And it's nothing. It looks like 610 or something. What the heck?
Okay, tail of the tape suited up.
Well, that's
a
bad call.
7 of hearts.
I'm sorry, 10-7, but still. 10-7 of hearts against Queen 4. I mean, even knowing that Chad has this really bad hand, Queen 4, the 10-7 is not getting the right price. It's like you're calling 13 more to win 15. You know, so that was a bad call for the 10-7. No matter what happens here, that was a bad call. I'm not thrilled with the shove, to be honest, either, but I don't think it's bad. It's just kind of like, you're like not happy no matter what.
6, 9.
And Chad's going to be sweating. It is a 6-9, which gives a gut shot straight draw. Any 8 is good for a straight, and it's 2 hearts, so any heart is good. So if an 8 or a heart comes, Chad is out, and that's it. He'll be drawn dead.
Heart or 8 at the moment.
And a 7 or a 10 is still going to beat him, but he'll have outs.
It's the king
and it's the king of clubs. So changes nothing now. So it's going to be a 7 or a 10 for the winning pair, an 8 for the winning straight, or a heart for the winning flush for Nader, or Chad's going to double up and have 28 blinds.
Let's go ahead and see the river.
It's the 4 of hearts.
It's the heart, and that's it. The match is over, and Nader is our champion.
I know, right?
And it was he was a huge favorite to win this match after that, you know, huge flip for, you know, 18 million, but that call was not the way to win it, you know, making a poor decision and getting lucky. But Nader Wadan started the day in third place, and now he is in first, and he's going to win $226,891.
Champion going home with, listen to this, just under 227. It's all yours. Give it up for this guy right here, Nader. All right,
and
folks,
Chad Leisure is going to be second, his first official tournament cash, and he gets $140,000 in change.
We're going to do a couple interviews, and then we'll get out of here.
That's pretty darn good. So
okay, the 4 of hearts comes.
That's about it for the HPT at Golden Gates here in Blackhawk, Colorado. Another great trip. I always love coming here. I've yet to make any money on a single visit, but you know, to come home with a profit. But I still have a great time here. They run great tournaments, great staff. You know, I can't ask for more value than I'm going to get here in the field, and so I'm always thrilled to come back, and I look forward to coming back again. This is Greg Fossilman Raymer for the HPT, and you can follow me on Twitter at Fossilman, or you can go to fossilmanpoker.com and get information about my seminars and where I'm going to be and stuff like that.
All right, I'm joined with Chad. He finishes.
Hope everyone has a good day. See you next time.
Second place interview, but let's look at the bright side here. This is your first career cash, okay? All time. How does it feel to make it to this final table and get heads up?
It feels amazing. It feels surreal. Man, I'm you know it's second, but you know it's life-changing. And I give all praise to Jesus because he's the one that led me here, and I can't be happier.
Yeah. Now, Chad,
I'm stuck right now, you know, but
you flipped the tables for a second, though, and I thought, and I'm sure you did, that you were going to take this thing down.
yeah, I did. Just made a really bad read, but I'm not a pro. I'm an amateur. I have a lot of learning to do, so I feel I played good minus that hand, you know, but.
And again, though, you're going home with just over 140,000.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a huge payday.
That is. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, congratulations to you, Chad, and God bless, man. Going out in second place, that is Chad with just over 140,000. Maria and Fred. All right, guys, I'm now joined with our new HPT champion. His name is Nader. Now, Nader, I want to take that from the top. Here we go. Of course. Ready? All right, here we go. Thanks so much, guys.
Hold on. Let's do that again.
Ready? All right, thanks so much. You start with just holding on to some of it. Let's make this real. Folks, give him a big round of applause. His name is Nader. He's our new HPT champion as he's going home with the cash and the title. Freddie and Maria, we'll send it back to you. Good job. Give it up for Nades, everybody. He's our champ. I'm off IFB.
Hold on, man. We're going to snap a couple of